Alright, so we'll start recording. So, previously on this session, this is actually picking up a new session. It's not from a lock-in, but we've got many of the same characters. I made a playlist of the Varu related stuff and the Captain's Curse in the YouTube channel. We're currently pursuing a couple of leads. First and foremost is Varu. During the retake of the town, some lobster-like folk, human bottom half of faces, but most of them are like lobster, Aldani we figure, attacked one of the ships that had various people here on, trying to kill and offer souls up to Varu. They were dispatched at the time, and you were able to move on from that incident, but the Aldani have turned up more than once at the lighthouse, where they took control of the building and the water bowl that was there that had abilities to control weather and summon water elementals. After 2 hard fights, they were able to liberate the lighthouse and recover the bowl. Led to some doubts about the morality of the council in looking after the bowl. The lighthouse keeper was set upon in the street by muggers and killed. So, very convenient timing. We've moved on a little bit to Percival, who is currently
innocent,
under careful watch of the rest of the party after after being accused of murdering
Thank you.
some townsfolk,
Witnessed?
albeit in other towns.
There we go, yeah.
Albeit in other towns, and his claims that they were evil, but nonetheless he did murder them after making some sort of agreement with Varu in the Tower of Darius in exchange for more power, which led to one of his hands being a little bit
sticky.
Sticky. He was discovered and brought back to the Temple of Imogen, where he's been under guard from Ingaro. You get him out of there to discuss his crimes at the same time as a conversation was had with Siliph about his ownership of the book, which led to a fight in the temple, followed by a fight in the Temple of Gar, where Hela was found out to not be fully on the Gar side, and was well aware that souls are not currently going to Gar, and they're going elsewhere. He killed 2 militia guard when confronted and raised them as undead to fight the party, and was ultimately beaten. We move on then to recovering the dead man's Raft, which was a ship claimed during the sacking of the town and put to beach in the estuary to the east. With a crew that Crassus's 2 frontmen, Pellis and Gleason, put together. You all made your way east, stopping briefly in Burns' hut for a couple of you to go inside and have a quick chat and a meal before you pushed on, recovered the raft, and started bringing it back towards Miss Hass. Discovered a damaged ship, which you investigated, and that's enough to say about that. And then you moved on back to town. There were a few individual discussions after that. Crassus bought some supplies, he bought some weaponry for the ship, and you went and spoke to your brother. You went and had a religious conversation. You wandered around town looking for lost property.
Who's the most innocent?
You have your own concerns. You spoke to Goraz about them.
Yes, and then went to the Temple of Imogen with Father Hal.
Yes. Ingaro, fresh out the bath, showed a bit of interest in you, but ultimately that brings us up to date. Percival decided not to get involved in these events and Had a nice long rest.
Quite tiring. I did a lot with that ship, moving it around.
Yeah, emptying all that dirt out onto the deck. So that brings us to this morning with fresh news on the streets that in 3 locations on the shore there were attacks by creatures that came out of the sea. It's the talk of the street. 2 of those locations, they were greenish fish-looking folk, bipedal, arms, legs, but with a fish's face. And another one, it was clearly described as a bluish-coloured lobster-type creature. Sure enough, the Eldani piques your interest this morning. But news has also got round about the return of the Raft last night, and what its potential mission might be. Right, that brings us up to date.
So we've had a long rest.
Everyone's had a long rest.
I would like to go for a run.
Make a con check, please. See if you wake up in time.
13.
Get up on time. Go for 8. Can you make a second constitution check, please?
9.
So, before the sun is up, Father Howell takes the opportunity to quickly head out into the town, running through the same route as last time. Starting off at the Temple of Imogen, heading down to the docks, pausing, catching some of this word of attacks during the night, before recovering your breath and heading back up the hill towards the temple.
I think Hal would have stayed at the temple. Knowing that we're leaving tomorrow, I don't know if Alfred would have stayed at the temple or headed back to the Raft that night.
I'd probably stayed at the temple because I would have wanted to check in with you and Ngaro about the wound.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Well, Ngaro is available first thing in the morning. He's actually, as you come out to go on your jog, he is in the main part of the temple, in front of the altar. He doesn't look up as you pass through. Both hands flat on the altar and his head down, eyes closed, doesn't acknowledge you. As you leave him to his business and go past, but when you return, he's in exactly the same place.
I assume I'd be up and around at this point, maybe just getting my armour back on and things like that from...
Good
Morning, Father Howell, you're up early.
I am just going for a run. I'm just going to have a wash and then I'll be ready straight away to set back down. On my run at the docks, there's talk that creatures attacked last night. Did you hear?
Were lobsters? I haven't left yet, so.
Yeah. I don't know what they were after, but we need to deal with this Veru situation.
I dare say it's something to do with this bowl that we recovered, but. How's the wound? Where was it? On your shoulder?
Yes.
How is it?
Feels fine. The skin is bumpy, damaged, but you have been healed, so it's healed over. But there remains a scar behind.
What about the necrotic damage? Is that healed?
Yes.
It's a little sore still, but I feel ready.
Good. We'll need you fighting fit, I expect. I'll get my things together, and I just need to head into town as the shop's open. But I'll meet you down at the Dead Man's Raft.
I can make my way with you, or?
Oh, of course. I mean, I don't know the town too well, but I don't know if there's anywhere that does alchemy in town.
There used to be somewhere down on the western docks.
If we could take a look on our way down, that'd be great.
All right.
Thank you.
I will wash, gather my crap, get ready to go.
All right, I'm going to quickly go around.
Yeah.
What do you want to do this morning?
Got up and said my morning prayers following the tents. And I'll head to see Bo.
Head to see Bo? Okay. So we'll come back to that briefly. Silith? Frustrated from last night.
Yeah, I would have imagined I would have slept in some ruined building, so I just put up my dome and just slept there. Being fairly comfortable. And in the morning, I'll be making my way towards the Temple of Imogen, I imagine. Because I know we're going to do stuff, so...
That's where they're likely to be.
Yeah.
Bellatrix, what have you been doing lately?
Well, she's still traumatised from basically having that explosive collar around her neck and then just has been away and not done anything for a long time.
Okay.
So now Mistas is all open up and that. Is the arena still there?
The arena is there, and there's been a lot of promotional talk about getting it back running again. You've spotted the Beast on a number of occasions.
I still haven't gone on my date with him yet,
No,
so I'm trying to avoid him at the moment.
He's been making a lot of a show under a promoter of being wild and attacking children and stuff like that before being pulled off by someone. I like that. There's a chain around his neck and they pull him back and all that lot. But you spot him and you steer clear. Okay. Anything else you can do?
I'd just be doing my morning workouts, having my bathe. I mean, my serving girl's probably dead now, so I probably.
Yeah, the bathhouse is no longer open.
Yeah,
that's one that got destroyed.
Well, is there a lake or some kind of ravine?
The sea.
Go in the sea.
Go in the sea.
I'm literally completely naked in the sea, having my cold at 6 a.m. swim. Ice cold after my workout.
All right. Okay.
Should have waited a little bit longer.
Yes, Father Hal turns away from the docks halfway through your run, just as it emerges from the water, doing the backstroke at the time. So. Okay, so how have you done this morning? Crassus, what have you done this morning?
Crassus has two things on the agenda. I need to find a shop that sells navigation equipment and try and get some charts. And I want to just try and have a look about, see if I can find any more sailors that need a job.
Okay. We've established you. And Percival.
Where am I at the moment?
Now, I took it as you being on this ship. However, it is. I'm not under control of where you are, so the rest of the characters, do you have any thoughts about what happened to Percival?
He was in the brig, I believe, on the ship.
I believe
Gleason had very strong ideas about the level of restraint that Percival should be under.
But you weren't restrained, and there was
When
no
you
one on
spoke
the
to
ship.
Jeffrey,
Most
you
of the
told
night.
him that Percival was on the ship.
Yeah.
You can try restrain me.
Was that the last thing you told him?
I thought he was on the ship. I thought we said that I wasn't accompanying him, we would be in the cell. But
Yesterday, when you came aboard, Gleason tried to hustle you towards the edge of the ship. But a few strong words from Crassus had him hustle you to the lower deck of the ship.
Okay, so I just
You've been in a cupboard, basically.
wake up, get up. I want to go off the ship. I want to go. I've got some bits in mind that I know I'm running a bit low on that I want to.
Right, so you sleep in a hammock, which is an interesting experience. The lower deck of the raft is made out with a whole host of these hammocks, done 3 high. So you opt for a low one, which seems like a mistake the following morning. After you watch someone rhythmically swinging backwards and forwards in front of you, decided to go the other way around. The peach-like buttocks in the hammock were clearly on show for you all night.
Someone sleeps in the nude above you. That's not a kind
and
thing.
And it wasn't a dry hammock either.
Oh.
So,
why do I feel like it was like fishnetting hammock because it's just protruding through?
All right. Okay, but you managed to roll yourself out of the hammock with the same grace that you climbed the rigging.
This knot isn't right.
They've tied this hammock on poorly. I just want to see if
you
I
do
can...
definitely feel like you should be entitled to a bed, given
Yeah.
your station.
Yeah. Especially... Anyway, yeah, I'll see if I can walk to the top deck and then just walk off the ship.
Alright. So you head off to the ladder and make your way up. Head pokes up the top. Gleason is immediately there. So you're up, are you?
Yes, that would be why I'm here.
Alright, well I'm going to need a stable old deck until everyone else is ready for you to get out.
Good job that's not your call then, is it? No.
Alright, well,
Continue to
hang
stand
on a
up.
moment and I'll just make sure I can get this sorted. Captain! Captain!
Arr, Gleason!
These traitors trying to get away! Caught him trying to flee, I did. Surely a crime.
I think you'll find that I'm not a traitor.
Traitor to all things decent, from what I heard.
If you want to start throwing around accusations...
throwing them, I'm just saying it to your face.
You gotta,
Get upset. You want to get upset about all the things people saying behind your back.
you gotta respect his honesty, if nothing else. Now,
Honesty of what? I'm
now
not a
what
traitor.
is this misunderstanding about here?
I've come up on the ship.
I can see that. Aye.
That's it. I've come up.
Well, as long as you be staying on the deck, then I don't see no problem.
I've got to go get some bits and bobs, but I'm going to come straight back afterwards. It shouldn't take me too long. Hour, I would have thought.
Captain. Him was doing some dark whispering last night, and the feeling amongst the crew is that he might have summoned those god-awful creatures that assailed you in your cabin.
Oh yeah, I highly doubt that, Gleason. Now, you see, I've known Percival for longer than I've known ye, and while there may be some talk about his most recent actions, he's done right by me so far. I don't want to start a witch trial with no concrete evidence, you see.
Absolutely
If
right,
I
Captain.
wanted to
you
kill-
are in charge. That's absolutely
If I
true.
wanted to kill Crassus, then why would I have saved his life on multiple occasions?
The captain's, of course, right, and I do bow to your wisdom. As long as you're not the one he'd be killing, I suppose it's okay.
Or me crew. You're all as important to me as my own life. Don't you be forgetting that, Gleason. No pushing any of them over the side without prior authorization.
No pushing, Captain.
Or shoving, or poking.
What if they walk of their own accord?
A discussion for another time. Mere semantics, Gleason.
Pellis
Now-
is up on the top. Oh my goodness.
Now, well, what you be needing going for, Percival?
So I'm running a little bit low on my snacks. I need some more of that.
Tango. Jaffa cake.
I've got no peanut M&Ms, and
Oh man.
you expect me to go on a 6-day journey with no peanut M&Ms, which is just not happening. So, right, there's a couple of other bits and bobs that I just wanted to grab that I think I could grab pretty quickly.
Well, as
All of the crew seem to have moved over to the
Catching the
starboard
gossip.
side of the ship at the moment and are all leaning over.
Welcome
Father
to
Owl's been left responsible for ye, and he's not about. I have errands of my own I need seeing to, so I'll accompany you ashore, so I will, and we can accomplish our errands together, as it were.
You're more than welcome to. I don't mind at all.
Let's be off then. The
Nothing
days are
untoward.
wasted.
I need to go get some bits. There's nothing untoward happening.
Let's go together then.
Once we're off the ship and out of earshot, I'll be like,
I hope you understand. I have an appearance and a line that I have to maintain amongst the crew.
I understand what captaining a ship does.
I hear.
I will keep an eye on Gleason. I feel like I might end up waking up on the top deck at some point.
I've heard of what you've done, but as I've said before, you've done out but right by me. Now, I also have much faith in the word of Father Owl and some of the others who I've had other encounters and adventures with myself. So, for now, I'm sure you've got nothing untowards on your mind, but I'll accompany you nonetheless, just for appearances. if
Baru
nothing
has
else.
done this to me. I'll show you my hand once again. We have I have nothing but ill feelings towards him, and I.
Well, best you be repenting for the fact that you throw your troth with him in the first place.
I would see him.
There ain't no
not
good
of this
in
world.
that Faru.
So I don't know what more I can say that hasn't already been said, but hopefully the actions over the short voyage that we're going to do will certainly attest to my character.
Well, best you be proving that you're still a man of your word and you ain't under no sways of some foul creature. But that's in your own hands and that of the Father, so I'll leave that amongst the two.
The difficulty of that is, in order to do that, I need time, and that is something that cannot be hurried and must all be trudged through.
Well, don't you be worrying. I'll be needing you to stay out of the way of me crew just for their morale, if naught else. But 3 days' journey, so it is. But if anything untoward, such as those Aldari springing a trap on us halfway, don't you worry, we'll be shouting for you.
You get me up, and I will show those Eldani which side my allegiances lie on. We should be feasting on some sushi.
I prefer not to put any of that foul things in my mouth, personally, but each to their own taste.
You know, you should say that to Palace, I think, a couple of times. Foul things in his mouth, but...
I'm hearing no bad words about me crew with unsubstantiated evidence.
And the cameras, can I get a photo?
You may have a way about him, but if you be throwing around accusations, I hope you be doing it with more dignity than perhaps Gleason was just doing about yourself.
I would never throw around accusations. Where do you need to go, by the way? Our shop's quite a line that we need to head up on.
Well,
as we come out onto the dock, sorry, are there any like shops or like anyone whittling anything?
There's a whole bunch of people moving around the docks. There's a couple of food vendors. One of them's calling out, deep fried, healthy snacks.
Oh, I like deep
The
fried.
healthiest deep fried snacks you can get. And there's a couple of other people moving around with. It's not a place for shops as such.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was anyone trying to set up like a stall for like wood carvings or whittling or anything like that.
Make a perception check.
One. No. Never mind.
Can't see anyone doing any whipping.
Really drawn in by the deep fried.
The smell does hit you.
Yeah.
It's
it
like
smell nice?
driving over to the retail park where you can smell KFC on all of it.
Oh, you know it's bad, but you want it.
And the batter does tug upon your nostrils.
Should we get a little snack from the road?
I'm well provisioned, thank you.
Okay, well,
I'm on a budget.
No, but well, where do you need to go first?
First we'd be needing some charts, so we do. There'd be nothing left on the ship. It was totally pilfered and pillaged when we came across her, so I'll be needing to stock up, as it were.
Not a problem. Well, I mean, I've got a couple of bits I want to get from there as well if they sell it. So let's head there.
I suppose we look for a nautical navigation shop of some description.
Alright, so the two of you start heading off looking for
Neville's nautical nonsense.
Silith, you arrive at the temple just in time to see Father Howe coming out with Alfred.
Good morning.
Morning, silly.
Morning.
You look like you've been up most of the night. Are you okay?
I require very little rest.
You look troubled nonetheless, but if there's anything we can do ask.
You don't know me too well, so you don't know the answer. Am I a good man, Father?
I would like to think that you're a good man, although... I mean...
Speak truthfully.
I hope you're... If you're okay with me speaking openly in front of Alfred, then... I think you're a good
Well,
man.
there's nothing to hide, is there? The root of what was causing the issues is gone, is it not?
I hope so. I really do.
Insight. Insight check. Natural 20. 24.
So, I think I'm being truthful.
queen.
Yeah, because I think removing the item would stop the effect rather than destroying the
What
item.
was the question that you asked?
Do I think he's a good man, and that whether or not
The item, well, the item that's causing these problems, i.e., that book, is gone.
Yes.
Well, I think it's slightly different.
So I've been told that
you
they've
said
destroyed it, and I don't believe that.
you said that. What was the exact words that you said? I completely forgot now.
It is down to your interpretation of what he said, really.
Yeah, I think that removing the item is all that's needed. Not so.
I'm going to take a deception check from you anyway.
Deception.
Deception, yeah.
That's a 50.
So, yeah, I think you can get enough to think that Father Howell earnestly, he's been quite earnest with you about it, but nonetheless, you're not satisfied.
I'm just troubled after the events that's transpired here.
You mean the dragon incident?
No. The events that led to certain things being taken without my consent.
Sensing there's a little bit of history here, I tell you what, I'll go and find some breakfast for the pair of us, for the three of us, and catch up with me shortly, and I'll wander down sort of the way we were going anyway, down towards the Western Docks, was it? That sort of end.
That's yeah. Right.
Yeah, so I won't walk too fast. Slow enough that they'd catch up once they've concluded their conversation.
No problem. All right.
I mean, from my point of view, you must understand that we had a conversation. Things were going in a direction. I was then brutally taken down by a paladin, unconscious, and when I awoken, I was stripped naked, healed, and possessions were missing. And when I've asked for them to be returned, you've told me that they are gone, they are destroyed. So you can see my
I have.
reservations.
I think I've made my point on the matter very clear, so I think what's left is to determine, do you think you're a good man?
No.
Do you want to be?
Yes.
Do you truly think that book would have helped you become a better man?
It would have given me the tools.
So you never would have surrendered it willingly?
I would have surrendered it and torn it asunder once I had Kira. It was the aid of that book that led me to finding Revios, striking a deal, gaining this blessing of, I still don't know how it works, but plucking souls from the other side. That book, no matter how evil, got me to that point.
Well, you have the blessing now, don't you? So
But what if I need more?
then you'll have to find it within yourself. You'll have to be stronger, won't you?
And now I have, as I told you before, I have the voice of your God speaking to me. Spoke to me. The woman's voice.
If Imogen spoke to you,
I was
Then
being
you're-
watched.
your path, your goals are clearly important, and I would stress that you do this in the right way, sir. It is a great honor.
Ultimately, I do not hold it against you. You did what you thought was right. But I do feel betrayed is probably the best word. Let me remind you, I do not hold it against you.
I want to insight that. if that's okay. 15.
I mean, I can roll, but that is being earnest.
Being honest, okay, that's fair enough.
It didn't play out the way I wanted it to. That is not how I foresaw the situation unfolding. I would have preferred it if the paladin had not intervened. And the way that the conflict spiraled out of control from there was
Because
far
I may
beyond
have
my
been very aggressive in that meeting, but at no point did I actually harm anyone.
I can't
I
take responsibility for other people.
I postured, I threatened,
I can
but ultimately I didn't do anything.
And I was there, I saw that. But I can only take responsibility for what I did. And I apologise for starting the situation when those around perhaps not best fitted for it. And I apologise that the ritual went that way. I've never seen anything happen like that. It has to be some dark intervention. But I took the book, and I do not think it was the wrong decision.
I believe you. And as we move forward and face this Varu, I will do everything in my power to help you. And I mean that.
And I will do everything in my power to see you reunited with Kira in a way that Imogen would condone.
If you do happen to speak to your god, let them know that I didn't appreciate being invaded in that way.
I'm afraid I'm too much of a coward, Silith, to bring that up with the lady herself. If you speak to her, I will commend your bravery if you say that, but I find it hard to even find words at all when I was in her presence.
We should probably go and find poor Alfred. He's probably quite shocked.
I think he's heading to the western docks, and I don't think he knows where he's going. Yeah.
Alright, you pursue him. So Elril, you close the door as you enter Bose. No one here, but you can hear a bad singing coming from the back.
Is there like a bell or anything?
There is a counter with a bell on it, yes. It's a bell mounted on a pole with a small hammer and a chain next to it.
Walk over and ding it.
Okay, the singing stops abruptly that's enough of your nonsense anyway. Get out of here, I don't want any. Whatever it was, you go out the back door. I've got customers now. And you hear a door slam from the back. And then from the back room...
Did I hear any footsteps before?
Hey, morning. What do you want? I'm a very busy man.
So I can tell.
Yeah. People interfere in my work all day. Coming into the back room now, there's no privacy.
Well, I thought it was very lovely singing.
Do you think so?
I thought so, yes.
Oh, well, I'll...
Maybe you can find out the tune for me when you see the person next time.
I don't have time for any of that nonsense. Let's stop your jibber jabber. What do you want?
I've come to
Oh, get on with it, man.
commission a piece.
Alright, okay. What kind of piece are we talking about?
Plate mail.
Right, and you're not an off-the-rack kind of a man, I take it.
Well, I don't have money for it to be off the rack. Which is why I would like to commission a piece. Then you can build it to the requirements and to fit me.
Alright, well, you tell me exactly what your requirements are.
Fairly plain. Nothing too spectacular, but I want
I like it.
a symbol. Just normally you have it on the outside of your armour, but I prefer it to be on the inside, where it's a bit closer to me, if that makes sense.
Well, it does make sense, but if you don't mind me saying, that's fucking weird. I don't think anyone's ever said put the symbol on the inside, is it?
You liar. Do you not remember that New Zealand video?
Yes, that's right. We put Theoden's entire history on the inside of his armour. Of course, it can never be seen on screen, but it's there nonetheless. Why? Yes. On the inside of your armour, what kind of symbol is it you want in there? It's like a nudie picture or something.
No, just want to represent my faith.
Oh, right, you're embarrassed. Is it that you're an Imogen follower and all the other warriors are laughing at you?
Not quite.
Is it worse? Is it that you're a Peridot follower and all the Imogen worshippers are laughing at you?
One could only dream of being a Peridot worshipper, but I am not as knowledgeable as they are.
Alright, well, we could play Guess Who all day, but there's only 6 gods, so let's get on with it.
There are more gods than 6.
You're not. One of them, are you?
It depends on which way you see it.
You're like a Templars worshipper.
No.
Then you're worshipping one of those nature things that lives out in the woods. One of those. They're not really gods, you know.
I am aware. I will draw the symbol for you.
Right. Oh, I see. Well, it's not up to me to choose another man's religion. If that's what you want, and I suppose that's what you can get. Otherwise, very plain armour, but with that on the inside.
Exactly.
Just etched as an outline, or do you want it coloured or anything like that?
The normal colourings, and I'll put the colourings on the symbol.
Alright, well, we could do that. It'd be as the standard cost for such an item with a modest 5 extra gold for my time in doing the etching.
Of course. Maybe a little extra for your discretion.
Well, I say, my discretion comes at quite a price. How much little were we talking about?
Depends how much it costs.
You see, well, I mean, it's my discretion we're talking about now. I've been described by many people as a little person, but there's plenty of me.
I can see that. There is, you are a grand person.
Alright, don't you go oiling my armour. No, come on, let's talk about coin.
You tell me how much it would cost, and
Are we talking about full plate here, are we?
we are, yes.
So, he looks you up and down. You said don't inherit anything.
I'm about to go on a quest, which should bring back some riches.
Oh, I see. So I'm to make this in the hope that you come back alive.
I'll put a down payment of what I can afford.
Well, look, the plate is going to cost you 1,500 gold pieces, additional 5 gold for my etching work, and my discretion. Well, I'll leave that little tip at your discretion, and then we can see how discreet I am.
And how much would you like as a down payment?
Ideally, I like a down payment of 1,505 gold.
If I had 1,505 gold plus your discretionary payment, I would pay it, but I do not.
Well, we're back to guessy, because I'm not sure how much money you've got, and presumably you're going to need to eat for the next few days.
I will, yes.
Let's suppose I take a down payment of 20%.
Couldn't afford that, I'm afraid.
Oh, I see. Well, look, I can get to work on the plate, but I'm inclined to leave the actual etching, seeing as it's a very specific requirement and I may not be able to sell it
Of course.
with the etching, even though it's on the inside,
Of course.
if you don't come back. So, how about I just get to work on the plate and then you come back alive with the rest of the money and then I'll do the etching.
Of course.
So how about 100 gold as the down payment?
I can afford that.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it, because otherwise I'd be getting some doubts about your ability to afford anything. Are you sure you're not going in too deep here? You might be just, better going on the half plate or not. Too keen on getting people sunk into a load of debt. It might not work out for you, son.
There are plenty of things in my path, but this is the right one.
Alright, well, I'm not one to turn my nose up at a big bag of cash. So let's take your 100 gold now.
Put it on the tech counter.
There's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that one real? I haven't seen that one before. Normally they're round, that one's a funny squarish shape.
Test it if you wish.
No, I'll take it.
This
This one's got blood on it.
Well, it is what I do for a living. Defend the faith.
It's okay. There's 10 there, 20, 100. Alright, that's enough to get me working on it. I'm just going to need you to step onto this stool here so I can take some measurements.
Of course.
You don't look like the biggest chap, so it might need a little bit of pulling in around the hips. And he'll set to work on measuring you up.
Yep.
How long do you think you'll be there before you need this ready?
It is a 6-day round trip.
Alright, leave it with me. One set of plate, unadorned, should be ready for your return. What name should I put on the work order here?
Arrow.
Elril. Alright. Right, is there anything else for you here? Or have I got all your money?
I have some left. As you say, I need to get some provisions.
Alright then.
Thank you. Don't forget, give my regards to the singers. I'll just turn and walk at that point. Would I know of anywhere where they store the dead?
To your knowledge, it would be all bodies are taken to the Temple of Gar, but that seems to be in a bit of a confusion at the moment. They're always taken to a cemetery on the east side of town. Occasionally the militia building has bodies which are under investigation, if somebody's been murdered, maybe to... There's no pile of them in the street. There is a gallows off the marketplace.
Head to the cemetery.
Okay, so while you head off to the cemetery, Percival and Crassus. Alright. So you look round and eventually down a side street you locate a building which has a window, and many of the panes of thick warped glass cracked, but it looks like the kind of place you're looking for. You pop inside and find a small dusty room, loaded up with charts and ship paraphernalia. A small man comes to the counter, steps up onto a stool so we can see over the top of it.
Oh, well, hello there. What is it that you want? I've been needing a suite of charts. I recently came into my own ship and, well, everyone must start somewhere, as it were. I have the tools already, but I require charts, or several, as the case may be.
Well, I can give you charts that cover a considerable portion of the known and unknown world.
How much would that be setting me back?
Well, these are quite considerable difficulty to assemble and put together, so they're extremely pricey.
See,
But what would that cost be?
I noticed you haven't said a price, so would you like to...
Well, this one here.
And he rolls it out for you.
Ooh, indeed.
Oh, it's the other way around. I was like, what? Where is this? Now I see.
This one here, you see, it's extremely pricey. It's a total of 5 gold.
How many of these do you have?
I've got 5 copies of this at the moment.
We'll take 2 copies of that. Crassus, I'd like to jump in here and say that I appreciate what you've done, putting your ship and your crew up at the cost of... I know you've got your own vendetta against Faru, but it means a lot to me that you're willing to come and help, so at least let me cover the cost for these bits and bobs. It's not much, but at least it can...
If you insist, I'm not too proud to turn me nose at a kind gesture such as that.
Like I say, I need time to show you that my character is what you think it is, and I feel like this is
Stop you worrying about it. You'll get your
an
chance to prove
opportunity
yourself.
to do
don't you
so.
worry.
Looking around the shop as well, is there any telescopes?
Ooh, that is a good point.
It's on the list.
Just
make sure you get a longer one than
I would like to buy
Iceberg
2, a shorter one for Crassus and a slightly bigger one for me.
We're gonna have the whole fucking Johnny Depp for this horrible droopy thing.
Yeah. If I could get one that size as well, that'd be even better.
Right, it's a good show actually. Yeah,
Because Gleason's got 2 eyes now. So.
he does have 2 eyes.
But I don't trust how well they work.
I've got only 2 spare glasses in at the moment.
What sizes are they? Are they both the same size or?
They are both the same size. Yes,
Price.
How much will those set us back?
These ones are both at quality items and very expensive, so I'm not sure you'll be able to afford them.
If you tell me the price, I'll tell you whether I can afford them.
1,200
Oh. For both of them.
No.
For one. What fucking telescope does this do? Does it show you what's on the inside of it?
Virtually magic, so it converts an item to twice its size when you view through it.
Do you have any just normal telescopes?
It's one that doesn't magnify at all.
Well, no. Non-magical telescopes.
This isn't magical, this is science.
Science.
I think that is a little bit out of the price range, but it's a bit extortionate for it.
That's why Ross's eyes went up when he
Yeah,
obviously looked it
I
up.
remember I've looked them
Are they
before.
actually that?
Yeah, it's
they're
optics,
really-
isn't it? I guess.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Back then, the glass just doing it like that, yeah.
Just get some toilet rolls and look through them. Right.
This is a medieval era society. A telescope is virtually magic.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Well, everyone has to have something to aspire to. Perhaps you'll see me again.
Do you have any compasses?
Let's have a look and see.
Fucking price for the compasses.
Would a
Compasses will
compass
be more common.
would a compass be included in navigation tools?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Never
I was just thinking you probably
Yeah.
have a set because
I've got a set of that. That's fine. Then we don't need that. Do you have any just like any spare parchment and ink lying around?
Oh, just got the compasses out. Hang on.
You've got a big leather roll with these array of ornate compasses. He rolls it back.
This is bigger than me, this roll is. Wait a moment.
What is this?
Right, what was it you were asking for again?
Just some parchment and some paper in case we come across anything that
Okay, it's parchments and paper, some ink as well.
would be preferable. Yeah,
What
thank
kind
you,
of
because I didn't put that bit
quality
down.
paper are you looking for? Is the ink any particular colours? It's
Black on the ink and standard quality paper.
Okie dokie, hang on, let me go check the system for you.
We don't have it in stock.
Computer says no. Oh, right, she's the paper, is it still the piece?
That's fine. Can we get? Do you want to grab you some paper just in captain's quarters, just in case?
Have you any ledgers?
Yes, let me just look in the system.
This shop needs some music. Keeping a track of what
I say
What
see
we get.
you.
So I'm going to do with 2 maps, so 5 gold a pop. 20 sheets I'm going to grab.
So,
2 gold total.
ledger will cost 10 gold pieces.
Oh, yep, cool. We'll have one of. Do you have any with fancy designs on at all, or are they all the same?
We've got a variety. I've got a floral one. I've got one with an owl on it.
Do you want one with a crab on it?
No.
A plain one will suffice just fine. It's the ship's ledger, not some fancy dandy thing that I'm sending
How
off.
much would the
The floral one's very popular.
How much would the ink be?
Let me just check on the system.
And do you have 20 sheets of that paper?
Oh, yes, it's most
Fancy,
of
I'll
the
have-
thing I mainly sell is the paper.
I'll have 20 of those then, please.
So, the full bottle of ink, is it? You want?
Yes, please.
It's 10 gold pieces.
Can I have 2 of those, please?
I suppose we've got to ask the question of how much the pen costs.
Yeah.
Pens included.
Oh, pens included. How much was the ink? So 10 gold a piece.
10 gold. 10 gold for a bottle of ink.
Cool.
Silver piece for a piece of parchment.
Are there any sort of like knickknacks, like little carvings or anything around at all?
Make a percentage.
Fuck.
you really
We're going to be swapping
some
dice
form
out
of wood
soon.
carving.
There's a reason I'm asking, but it's, 10 actually. Yeah, 10. Back to the shopping list.
There is a wood carving of a bird on a high shelf behind the counter. It's wood coloured, but you think it's potentially a raven or crow or something like that.
How much is that? Pointing at there.
Oh, that's mine. I should have came with the shop.
So not for sale.
Well, not particularly attached to it. If you
So-
really want it, better to get rid of it. Or I could put something else there, I suppose. I
Well,
could put my compasses
How
on.
about if you don't even really know or use it? How about 2 gold for that?
Seems very reasonable for a bit of wood. 2 gold a year.
Where are you going to put it?
Palace is on that ship.
How big is it, by the way? Not like. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Because I think this thing gets it down and it's huge.
So he gets it down and it's like this.
That's like the worst part. This, just with that
3 foot
voice.
tall this guy
I
is.
was going to say, just with that voice, I've got just this image of a gnome running about on top of the counter, not even like behind it.
He's a halfling. He's a halfling.
Do you have a small lantern or any candles in at all?
Yes, I can get you a lantern and some candles.
Yeah, I'm looking for 10 candles, ideally. Is the system running a bit slow today? It's
I've written in the back of the book somewhere.
These computers, I know, right? You've obviously sold a lot of telescopes to afford one of them.
Well, I got the 2 telescopes and I've had them all month. Right, let me see. Candle here. It's 5 copper for a candle.
So 10 would be 5 silver. 10 candles. Do you need any candles at all getting for the ship? Have you stocked up with candles in the ship?
I'm presuming that comes under general provisions, like stuff like candles, oil lamp.
Palace covered that with.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, and then how much would the lamp be? The lantern, sorry. I'm looking for something handheld. Because I'm thinking my torches aren't going to cut it. You see it went for it seeing if it's raining.
Just a plain one, hooded, bullseye.
One that can withstand rain pretty well.
Okay, 5 gold pieces.
Fantastic. I'll have one of them.
It's a big one.
Is
It's
it?
handheld, but it's quite large. Are you sure you can handle it?
It will be in a pinch better than nothing. How big is that when I pick it up? It's fat, it's massive. 5 gold, did you say?
It's a good morning so far. I might close it.
So that's 49 gold.
Most is made all month.
So far it's 49 gold, 5 silver. And I don't have much silver to give it. So you might end up getting rounded up. Do you have... Actually, no, you won't have. That's okay. Do you have any...
Oh, no, you should ask, because I might have it. You didn't think I'd have a wooden bow, but I did.
I'm looking for some... I'm looking for some decent rope. For miners...
You mean you don't have the 50-foot you were born with?
I've already used it and I might not have picked it back up afterwards. So,
No, I'm not a road merchant, I'm afraid. But there's a nice man in the marketplace who sells plenty of rope.
fantastic.
He does grappling hooks as well and bits of chain.
Might be handy. If we could just pop by there on the way around. Fantastic. Do you have a bottle of wine at all?
I'll check in the back.
He comes back out, pushing a cork into a bottle.
He's pretty pissed in that.
I found one.
Can I check whether or not this is actually wine? Like, so is this wine? Is it you tell me this is wine?
Yes.
Is it new or used?
Used wine. That's urine.
My point exactly.
You wanted some amber wine, you didn't say Pacifics.
Wine.
Okay, can I insight check that if it's actually wine? That one is not being used anymore. 9.
You think it's wine?
By the fact
Liquid in a
if
bottle?
it was wine or not?
How much for that?
As if it's warm and you hold
5 silver for this.
Very cheap for wine, you know. Full bottle of
Fantastic.
wine, 5 silver.
That's fine. For what is needed, that's fine. And that takes it up. I don't have to use any silver that I don't have.
already vinegar.
Fantastic. That's everything I need for you. I'll start counting out. It's 50 gold, I believe.
Yep.
Shit, I should have said 40.
I was not keeping track of it.
if it helps, you're more than welcome to check I
Like a bag.
was. Yes, please.
There's a small cost for bag.
Is it a bag of holding?
No.
What's it back
It's a
home?
bag. It does hold stuff.
So it's a bag of holding. Fantastic. How much for the bag?
The bag is this copper.
That's not a problem. I can do that. There you go.
So you draw the line.
I'll put the stuff in the bag though. Don't worry. I know some of this stuff's quite large, like the lantern. I'm all done here, Crassus, unless there's anything you want. I'll keep it in the bag for now if you want.
I'll just take them off.
Okay,
your
you
hands.
just shove them straight. I'll just shove them straight in my bag.
Cool. I will offer you 10 sheets of the paper if you want.
Nah, good.
Cool, I'll keep
Just
that.
the ledger, the charts, and the ink that I needed.
Do you want both of the same map?
I presumed you'd got one for yourself.
Yeah, I had
Like,
to.
Yeah, I was gonna say I only need one set of charts.
And then
Ledger and one of the
One of
two
the-
inks. Yeah. Sweet. Thank
Not
you
a
very
problem.
much.
As we leave the shop, as soon as
Oh yes, thank you for being visiting Bilganta chest.
How'd you spell that?
Bilganta.
Yeah.
Spell it Bellganta. Sorry, what?
Bellgant.
B-E.
The
Ah.
Bellganta.
That's what you get for going to Abdab.
Sea shanty, did you say?
Phoenix wasn't my
Sea
centimetre.
chest.
Yeah, well, I know.
Tell all your friends about me.
Well, it sounds like you'd be shutting up shop for lunch.
I need you to start doing it phonetically.
Well, lovely.
Alright, is that you two done?
Crassus, just there's a little tradition that I always had.
Now we kill a peasant.
That's what I was thinking. I'm not gonna lie.
It might seem silly to you, but it's just something that I always had. If you put the wood carving near the front of the ship, it's good luck. And I hope if you'd let me indulge, I know it's your ship, that for the maiden voyage it might be a bit on the...
That's like when you've got a partner and you leave your toothbrush in their apartment. It's like you just leave it there. It's like, what is that there?
Sam's worrying about what
Slowly
you're
moving
going
in.
to do to that.
Because animate or other.
Very kind of you. I'm not one to turn down any luck going to sea. Well, as you can see, I've got a priest of Sardonyx now, so hopefully the luck will be on my side. But I'll never turn down an extra chance, as it were.
Well, when we get there, if that's okay, I'll do that then.
He's
and
going to
fantastic-
just put it under in the back closet.
I do want to bypass. Is there any sort of pub or inn on this dock?
Yeah, there is a pub on
I just want to head there if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, if you go into an inn, perhaps I find some additional crew there. You know what these sailors be like.
Well, exactly. I might have some help. Might be able to help with that a little bit as well, but
Okay.
nevertheless, I think then that's pretty much my last stop. I think.
So, as you go off there, we'll go to the Western Docks, where we're dealing with Alfred Sillith and Father Hal. You two jog on to catch up with Alfred. Get to the Western Docks. What are you guys doing?
Sorry about that.
It's quite alright. Since there's a little history between you two, and we don't need a newcomer in between. Zilith, I don't know whether you know. I'm looking for somewhere that might do alchemy.
There was once a place called the Lotion and Libation down here.
There was, yeah.
I moved a beggar on from being outside. So if we can find that.
There was a components store at one point, but I believe that's been taken over by someone else.
It's under new ownership, but they didn't do alchemical stuff. Well,
No,
they just did
but there's
components. But
There's a certain crossover.
I've got a vial of the poison of the spider on that ship.
well, if
I figured maybe-
if Lotion and Libation's open, that would definitely be where
Sure.
I would go.
Yes, we know where it is. We can lead you away.
You head through the streets, but sadly find that Lotion and Libation is all boarded up. Planks nailed over the windows of the wall.
Looks like we're out of luck here.
You can see that underneath that, the building has suffered some damage. Not from dragonfire, but looks like the door was roughly treated.
People trying to get in.
People trying to get in, possibly during looting.
Perhaps anywhere that.
What are you trying to do?
Well, I've got the fangs of the spider that was on this ship. I need to offload these before they rot, ideally.
It's so good that you think that. Most people are like,
No.
anything like that.
No, I'm very well aware this is an organic
Should we do
material. And I've got.
Usually people looking at oh my god.
Oh, Jesus!
It's like when you have a coat that you put, you hang up, like in the spring. And then it's the winter.
You leave
put
an
it back
apple in the
on.
pocket, yeah.
Oh my god!
That's happening. That's sandwiches.
Yes. And I've got vial of it's venom actually. I wondered if perhaps we could create some sort of.
I don't really know who does that.
No, it's certainly beyond my abilities.
Yeah. I've seen people coat their weapons with things before, but like actually making use of it, I honestly don't know. This is the place I would have gone.
That's a shame.
I mean, sadly, it is still not that long since the town was released from.
No.
And things are still getting back on their feet. So.
And we've not encountered anywhere remotely similar to this
No,
in the town.
we've not encountered any alchemists or heard of any yet. I think it's an area which is still.
There's no alchemist, herbalists, nothing of that sort.
With Yanif gone, and Zedivor gone.
We need to deal with that.
Well, that's okay.
You may be out of luck until we return.
Yeah. Well, perhaps we can make use of these in another way.
There might be like an I don't know if Crassus has got like an ice box in
You need a bag of coal in.
a bag of gold in it. An ice box on board the ship, like a pantry.
Yeah, potentially. I wouldn't want to, damage any of our other food supplies though by putting in next to rotting spider fangs. Speaking of,
Oh god, who put these in here? It's next to my pork pie!
Can you imagine if Jason found that though? He'd be handing it out to the people he doesn't like. You?
yeah,
Quite possibly.
I got you a pork pie, personal.
I don't know, I think Hellas
fluffy
probably does the
and slightly
inserting on that shit.
Speaking of,
That's okay.
of food, we should probably provision ourselves for this trip.
Right.
yes, yeah, I think I believe Crassus was looking into food for the ship for at least a few weeks, but perhaps taking a little something ourselves might not hurt.
Okay.
Where would you recommend?
I don't know. I don't know. Where do you think we should go, Sidith?
Perhaps we should get something that keeps, like, I imagine the docks have plenty of salted fish.
Salted fish.
Or can we catch fish while we're on board?
I'm not much of a fisherman, but
It would pass the time.
perhaps it'd be a good time to learn. Okay. I mean, I've still got a few days worth of rations left, so
I think.
it should tide me over.
Yeah. Can we buy rations and then some fishing equipment?
You can buy some standard rations and a trip down to the front without me putting a big show on it.
Yes.
Buy
I
some
would-
fishing equipment.
Give
Yeah.
Sidith some money and
So I was going to jump in. I was going to pay for the whole lot.
I just I'll wait out here while you get some rations.
So whatever the what's standard rations cost? They do have a cost, I'm sure.
Yes, they do.
So a fishing
1 gold each rations.
fishing rod costs you a gold.
So like 3 sets of that.
Yeah.
It's like
Wooden
free.
rod, silken line, bobbers, steel hooks, lead sinkers.
Rations are what?
1
A
gold.
gold a day, usually, isn't it?
Yeah. Which, when you think about what normal people earn, that's some fancy ass rations.
Yes, well,
Well, I imagine it's a
ration,
whole day's
like
worth of
army
food,
provision
probably.
ration packs
Yeah.
are really expensive, aren't
Can
they?
I get
Yeah,
essentially
like 25 quid for a day.
between the three of us like 2 dozen sets of rations, then
So it's probably
fishing kit each?
I do want gold
Yeah, I mean, you
provision.
spend a little bit of time talking to various traders, and you can get at book price yourself a set of rations.
Other than that,
27 gold tonight,
I'm
yeah.
happy to start heading back to the raft.
Yes.
Okay, so heading into this tavern, Kratos and
What was the name of the tavern?
Tavern. It's got a sign on it. It's very nicely painted in a neat lined font. It's called Godly Tides.
Compared to the Dregs, which is the only other place he's been,
It's very nice.
very like
Very nice. It looks like a newly done building, nicely painted, well done inside. Hasn't affected the clientele that you get in the Southern Docks at all.
might get a different class of sailor around here.
One can only hope.
yeah. Bellatrix would laugh at that.
I suppose that walking through the door, I'm not going to be about the bush.
I'll just be shouting, "Any sailors looking for a job?
What kind of job?
I've been needing men for me crew, or women, anyone really. But I've been needing experienced sailors for the dead man's raft."
That big black one, big and black and like red with gold line on it. That one is it?
That be the one,
The
aye.
big.
Big old crab on the back.
Oh, right, okay. What kind of food is it? Is it like rowing? Is it? Am I rowing or?
I've been needing sailors who can actually do some sailing.
All right, so like sail work is what you're looking for, is it? Like someone to put up a sail, bring down a sail.
And the general upkeep of a ship, if you're a sailor, I'm sure you know what that entails.
I don't know fuck all about sailing, mate. Sorry. And the whole table go laughing.
Has he got a drink? Take the drink off him and drink it.
Oh, he's drinking that.
It's wasting time charges, that's what that is.
He stands up. And he's like half a head shorter than you. You owe me a drink.
I don't think I do.
Rob, get me a drink, or I'm going to punch you in the dick.
Drink this. I'll give him a bottle of wine.
Oh.
Very reasonable. Bottle of wine. Ale. Oh, thanks very much. All right,
That was originally going to Gleeson, but
I'll continue the round looking for sailors.
Okay, you do find
Just
a
ask
few genuine.
That was a good.
Oh, what the fuck is that? That's disgusting.
oh, fantastic! That's well used.
So good. At least Gleeson didn't threaten to punch you in the dick.
I was going to give it to Gleeson, but just to try and mend bridges, but give him the most shit possible.
You get a number of people who are interested. Yeah, how many are you looking for?
Just the 2 at the moment. Just got to get my numbers up to 20, so I get the 3 actions.
Be a good place for it.
So, you get 2 fellas there, Giles and Egstad.
Oh, you're going to have to spell Egstad for me.
EGS
Echo, Golf, Sierra.
Tango Alpha Romeo Delta.
Oh, like custard. Got you.
Can I go up to the bartender? Are you the owner?
Well, I'm not the owner as such.
Is the owner around?
The owner's not here at the moment. He pops in on a regular basis, but he's not here at the moment.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. My name is Lexend.
Oh, lovely.
What can I get you to drink?
I'd like to know how much a barrel is.
Well, look, a barrel or like... It's a very vague question, if you know what I mean. Are you asking me the price of a barrel, in which case you're probably best going to some other trader, but if you're looking for a barrel filled with a liquid, you really need to tell me what kind of liquid you want.
What liquid do you have available that you could sell me per barrel?
Well, I could go at the back and fill it from a well, but I think that you're interested in something far more tasty than that.
A little bit. We're going on a long voyage, and several days in we might need something to lift spirits, as it were, so I need something a little bit stronger than piss water from a well.
Well, I hope my well does not have piss water in it. What you're actually looking for is like a cask of ale then.
Yeah, I'd like to know how much it would be for one.
Let me check the system.
I think Crassus should take this guy so at least when the Eldani come out he goes fucking Braunce.
I feel like I should be.
Everywhere.
If I wasn't worried about my reputation, I feel like I should be employing Percival as my quartermaster.
Right?
2 gold a month? How does that sound to you?
I'd take that, to be honest. It's.
Right, I can get you a barrel. How good do you want it? Are you looking at the
Give me your price.
standard ale, or are you looking at the pretentious craft shit?
Give me the price of both.
Right, for the standard ale, it's going to cost you 12 gold pieces for a barrel.
Okay. And for the watered down stuff?
No, for the nice stuff.
Okay, for the
That
nice
was
stuff.
the standard one.
Okay, what's the nice stuff?
The nice stuff would cost you 21 gold pieces. But it is really nice. It's got a picture of a parrot on the side and everything.
I tell you what.
It's real pirate rum.
Can I have a can I have a glass of both? Just so tell me, give me 2 glasses of both. Crassus, can you get your lips around this for a sec?
Right, okay, I'll pour you some of this.
What has this turned into?
Right, I'll tell you what we'll do to make it interesting. What I want you to do, I'm going to mix up the glasses and you close your eyes and see if you can tell the difference between the nice one and the standard one.
Brilliant.
That'll save you a bit of money.
Possibly. Crassus, what I'm going to do is I want to get a couple of casks of some stuff on board that if morale starts to dip and we have some dodgy stuff...
Don't you be worrying about the morale, I have that in hand.
I know what sailors are like. You could release a cask of that to them. It would certainly perk them up a little bit. It would perk me up a little bit.
Peg leg sex party.
Drink. We're on a budget. We can't get
one of
any snacks.
these.
We're on a budget.
Tell me which you prefer.
Skeptically, I guess I'll give him a try then.
Right, okay. Close your eyes and I'm going to mix them up. And mixes these. Right, first one.
Both drink, I assume, yeah.
Right. It tastes pleasant, it's nice. And second one, you both drink. I'm going to need a insight check from both.
Well, that's better than the other fucking dice. 17.
Mine's probably not that high. 16.
You can both tell the distinct difference, and the one of them has a far, far superior but bitter taste to it. They're both fine, but the first one you drank was definitely the nicer of the two.
So, how big are the casks? How many sailors you got?
Well, I now have 20, so I do. A full complement.
How many mugs did you get out of one cask?
Well, that is a difficult question. It depends how late it is in the night, because usually I put, and don't tell anyone, I put a little bit of water in it. If they're already well on their way towards the drink, if you know what I mean.
So if you weren't watering them down, how many do you get?
I think you could get yourself maybe 40
per cask.
40 mugs out of a cask.
I'll tell you what, that one, pointing at the one I thought was the nicer quality. Can I have 5 casks of that, please?
You most certainly can.
So how much would that be?
The price of 1 times by 5, so you're looking at 105 gold pieces.
I'll tell you what, should we just call it a nice round 100? Because I'm buying in bulk, you see.
Well, that is true, although as you established tonight at the opening, that I am not the owner of the establishment. So
No, but considering you do water some of them down, I'm sure you don't want me to go now and tell your patrons that you water down later in the night.
Oh, I like you. You're funny, Max Fletcher.
It's okay because I can be quite persuasive. 15? Not with that dice roll, but I can be quite persuasive.
Well, obviously, I'm sure you realise when I said I was watering them down, I was making a joke, trying to establish some rapport. But I'm prepared to drop the extra gold piece and let it a nice round number. After all, those 100 gold coins are so difficult to put in the till. So,
So I'll hand over 100 gold coins.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure my the owner will be very pleased that we've shifted so much.
Yeah.
So quickly.
Do you have anyone that could just take them to the Dead Man's Raft for me, please?
I'll talk to the owner and I'll see if we can have a cart to bring it out later on.
Okay, could I have it done in the next couple of hours, please?
Yes, he's due to pop in the next hour, so I'll talk to him then.
I'll leave an extra gold with you for the
You couldn't manage an extra 5, but you're leaving an extra tip.
for the transport for the inconvenience of transport costs over. Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay.
And unless you have anything else, Francis, you'd like us to do?
I'm good. I'm good. I've got where I came for. I'll be fine.
Unless you wanted, I would like to just bypass and grab a couple of grappling hooks.
Okay. And so you quickly
On the
pop
way
up
back.
to the marketplace, to the
Yeah.
rope salesman. What's a hurry, do you need different things for it? And he's got a whole bunch of rope and to get actual
Turn into the Muppet
Okay.
Show.
Oh, goodness, yours! Yeah, ropes.
Whilst I'm there, I'll grab some rations as well, just because it's in the marketplace, where all the food stuff is in the normal bit near the council stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll grab some food as well.
Okay. So standard prices for rope.
Awesome.
Okay.
Same with grappling hooks as well.
Sam, what were your 2 sales called? Exited and...
Giles. I think Giles and John of the whole crew. Oh, and Susan, sorry. And the 3 normal names.
Giles, John and Susan.
My personal favourite, Dado.
Yeah, Dado. Okay. So is that you all done, folks? Heading back to the ship at this point?
Think so?
Anything else?
If I need to get some packages.
Okay. Yes, of course. You've got on to the cemetery, haven't you?
Yes.
Oh, nasty place.
So you pop over to the cemetery. The rest of you then, rounding back on the ship about the same time. Captain, we've got a bit of a crisis.
What's been occurring while I've been
He's
away?
making a fuss about nothing. If you ask me.
Oh God, here we go.
And what's that then?
Well, it's Dookie. Dookie got himself a bit excited.
Who's Dookie?
Surely you be knowing everyone on the.
Is it not on the list?
Not on the list.
I've got Dookie down as one of your crew members.
I've got Tebin, Jasar, Robin, Susan, Gertin, Johnny, Zaru, Nonda, Ansis, Wissim, Vincis, Nada, Dado, Skutomkin, Mutina, and Tony, and the
It looks
two
like you've got a crew of
positions.
21!
No, if
Dookie.
I've made a miscalculation and I missed a name in the large
It's not
list
on the
before,
register.
then-
You're going to have to send someone off.
Are we at the Southern Docks, your ship, sorry?
Yeah.
No problem. I will scrub Dookie off then. I dealt with Dookie, don't you worry.
We're having kicked him off into the drunk.
We caught something off the side, Captain.
You caught what off the side?
It's in a net. Hanging off the sail there.
I'll step over and have a look, I suppose.
Alright. Look at it, Captain. Look at it. Look what we got. We've got a mermaid.
Oh, is it not me?
Strung up in a net with an arm and a leg sticking out. I tried to tell him mermaids have got like fish tails, not legs.
I think, Gleason, you'd be mistaken that for a person who's gone for a swim. You do realise that people can swim too.
It's a bit weird to be swimming round the harbour where all the ships are.
I granted it's not exactly normal, but still, some people might prefer that.
Are we...
You up there,
Yeah.
were you or were you not?
That's a person we
We
know.
need to pull it up!
Well, you down there, were you or were you not swimming around the harbour?
I was swimming after my morning workout. I like to have an
Don't
ice
listen to her,
bath.
Captain. She might be a siren trying to charm you.
Did you
That's
You have
definitely
to
were you
politics.
naked as well, swimming, or were you clothed swimming?
Well, I don't know because all my gear would be on the.
You said you were naked?
Yeah.
Gleason, you can't just fish naked people out of the water.
Why not? Is there a rule?
She's not just
Abduction rule!
I think there ought to be a rule.
I would like you to get me down from here, sir, so
Science.
I can punch you.
Why be you swimming around my ship?
I will start to get her down because I want to see her punch Gleason.
I was going for my morning swim after my workout, which get some of your peasants on here to go and get my gear off the shore.
You'll be fetching your own stuff, my crew's not at your disposal.
Well, I'm sorry, but you have kidnapped
So
me.
you yank on one of the ropes.
You'll find I have not. Gleason did.
Net gives way on the bottom and you're dumped straight out.
You'll see this human. She's over 6 foot tall, very muscular, long black hair, and she's there full back. She gives a shit. She's naked. She's just there pissed off.
Nobody wants to see that.
I will offer you my. So I've got overcoat jacket, so I'll offer you the.
I'll just
the
slap
jacket.
your hand.
Okay, it looks like we've got tits on the menu.
Meat's back on the menu, but no.
I'm gonna try and look away.
How red does Father Hal look right
Really red.
now? Father, I don't think you're praising Imogen by looking away.
Put a hand over my crotch area.
Everyone gathered. This is Bellatrix. She's a friend.
Do all your friends come naked?
All my gear is on the shore. As I said, I was doing my swim, and this. Who even are you?
One of the sailors comes with a blanket.
I was slapping Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
No, just take the blanket.
Touch me!
No, my name's Nada. Okay, just take the
No.
blanket. Oh.
If she wants to be naked, then she can be naked.
I want to go and get my gear.
Well, I'll not be keeping you here. You're more than free to go. I do recommend you not swim around in the harbour, though. Well, I'm sure you know that everyone just tips everything in there off the side. It's hardly the most hygienic place to go for a swim.
Also, there are fishmen.
There's fishmen.
There are fishmen in the water. They've been attacking the shore.
There were but 5 Sog in there last night. Best you beware.
Gleason to soil his trousers just down. Just utter filth.
All I heard was utter filth.
Well, I'm going to get my gear. Yeah, so I'm just going to walk.
We are actually going off on a little bit of a request. We could certainly use any extra hands, certainly on the punching side, and you seem to be pretty good on the old reflexes. So if you
Where is this that person? What's his name?
Gleason?
Where is he?
He's just making his way down the steps to the lower deck.
I want to grab him
Okay.
by the scruff of the neck. How tall is he compared to me?
He's shorter than you.
Oh,
He's about 5'9".
Okay.
Quite a rough-looking fella.
Yeah, I'm going to grab him by the neck.
When you grab him, I'm going to check your wrist with my quarterstaff. Just
I'll be thanking you to keep your hands off me crew, if you don't mind.
Well, they had their hands on me. They manhandled me in a net, so I think I deserve a little justice, a little clip.
I
round
think
the
you'll
ear.
realise that there'd be no hands on you if you're caught in the nets.
Is that a
It's
challenge?
hoisted up on a rope, you see.
Is that a challenge?
Who'll be challenging me on my own ship?
I will be challenging you. You've kidnapped me, and I will be going to the guards about
I think
this.
you notice that you're free to come and go as you please. No one be keeping you here but yourself.
Well, I've got him as grab, but I'm going to shove him.
Okay, well, he'll resist. Make a strength check, please. Or an athletics check.
Athletics. That is a 25.
All right. A shove, and he was at the top of the steps about to go down, and you see him as he falls down. The bottom half of his trousers are just filthy.
Is he shit himself?
It looks like he shit himself. Flies down. Ah! Ah, me foot!
Jesus.
Oh no!
That's 13 in spells already.
I'm gonna run over. Oh, you don't need to push him, Bellatrix. Try and
Twisting my ankle fierce.
Might need to clean yourself up.
I think there was some filth on the steps and I fell down. I slid right through it.
It's interesting, that, isn't it?
It is interesting, Percival.
Can I do an insight check on their
Yeah.
interaction?
Wrong dice.
It's a 15.
Oh yeah, I did something dodgy to him. Not in a harmful
So
way.
it begins.
Meanwhile, over at the cemetery.
Looking for. Are there anybody around? Is there anybody around?
There is a lady by one of the gravestones, not heavily heated, but otherwise it is empty.
But I know where they keep the bodies, apart from obviously in the graves. But is there kind of like a storage area?
Unfortunately, no. There are a few, like, two mausoleum sort of arrangements, and it's mostly graves.
Tombs.
It's gonna have to be her.
Thinking about it. Any freshly dug graves?
Make a perception check.
17.
Yeah, you see one where the soil is clearly soil and not grown over with grass. You say it's been filled in only recently.
That'll have to do.
The lady finishes what she's doing. She gets up and starts making her way out the gate, nodding to you as she passes.
I'll smile and nod at her. And walk over to the freshly dug grave. Any gravestone?
There is a gravestone there. It is not marked at the moment, just a plain stone.
Don't suppose there's any shovels.
So check.
7.
No shovels.
Oh god.
It's just dirt, isn't it? I can try and blast it. Average blast.
Okay. So much like a fisherman using TNT.
In a pond.
Explosion of soil.
Look around.
Seems to notice.
Fresh body?
It doesn't quite clear enough soil, so you can give it a blast.
How... I know roughly how deep they buried the body, so how much further...
Not terribly deep. I mean, you think there's still a good chunk of soil possibly left.
Precisely, not quite 6 foot.
Be another blast.
Okay, so you let off another eldritch blast into the soil. An explosion of soil everywhere, but this time a couple of crows fly loose from a tree nearby. Just about to see. No coffin.
Just a body. Going to climb in.
And into it. It's only about 3 feet down. They put the
Going to
coffin.
cast minor illusion around the grave to make it look like the soil's in the grave and hide the soil which is.
Okay.
And make a number of packages.
All right. No problem. You spend a good 40 minutes in there.
How many packages do I need? Essentially, I need enough for
10 packages.
10 packages. Thank you. And then once I've finished, I'll
Poke your head out of the soil.
poke my head out just to make sure there's nobody around. I'll climb out and
It's just like the top of your head appears above the minor illusion.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh god. Some kids cutting through there on the way back from school or something. And just...
I will use my shield to shove the soil back in, using it as a makeshift shovel. But I would have also carved an emblem on the body.
Alright. No problem.
It was his time and his purpose.
Okay.
Got to spread the word somehow.
That not sure who's going to see that word.
The person that digs them up.
Who's your
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I'll head my
Palace is quartermaster.
way down.
Alright. So with that, I'm going to bring everyone back to the Dead Man's Raft.
It's only been 2 hours of shopping.
2 hours of shopping achieved. Boom.
That's pretty quick for shopping.
I avoided doing the rope salesman and the rafting and the fishing, tempting though it was.
Can I go up to Palace? I got some casks of ale coming aboard. They'll be delivered later.
Okay.
They are not to be touched by any of the crew. I believe you're quartermaster, so you'll be in charge of them.
Mm-hmm.
They are to be released on captain's orders only.
Oh, I see. I completely misunderstood. I thought that you bought something. Anyway,
There'll be 5 in total.
Mhm.
1 is for my personal use, and 4 are to be released on captain's orders only.
how do I know which one's which? Have they been marked?
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
So I will let you mark one, and then I will come to you when I would like it, and you can show me which one's mine.
That sounds perfectly reasonable. I mean, I'll get it all sorted out.
I'm a perfectly reasonable sort of person.
Well, sorry, I don't know you at all. I'd like to get to know you more.
Wow.
And let's face it, you've got a bit for us to drink if you want to have a chat at night. Nothing to do on a ship on a long voyage.
Maybe
Well,
not.
there is actually. It's
There's certain conditions that you might not want to, and then I'll just walk straight off.
Okay.
And then I will let Crassus know that you've got 4 casks to be released when you want to.
Be mighty kind.
When I think that Bellatrix might be a good addition to our endeavour. If you just let me go and speak to her, calm things down.
Best you do that. We can't be pushing all the crew down the stairs, else we'll have no one left to man the rigging.
I'd had a look at Gleason's leg. Have a little look. Is it just a bad strain?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And he just needs to take a little bit of weight off it and put some cold compresses on it.
Don't you worry, Captain, it won't slow me down. I'm used to having less legs than this.
It's really not that bad.
Has he only got one leg?
No, he's got full complement arms and legs.
Okay.
Don't you worry, Gleason. You take the wheel for now. I'll stop you moving around too much on it.
Alright, I prepared myself a crutch just in case though, Captain, so no problem moving around.
It's really not that bad.
I just need to change my breeches first, because someone's been up to no good, Captain.
Someone shut my pants!
Someone open my pants and put poo in!
Very well, Gleason. We'll be off soon, so best get you ready.
I'll go change him, and I hope you can sort this out, Captain, because we can't be having japes like this going on. Bad for morale. If crew members be mysteriously shitting themselves through no fault of their own plumbing.
he had that coming from us.
Don't you worry, Gleason. I'll be keeping an eye out on all things aboard the ship.
Oh, I thought that was quite calm retaliation.
Right, so I'm going to change my breeches, get me crutch, and then I'll be on the wheel.
I think it'd be better if you just walk on it.
You're not getting the theme of this, are you? We're sailors on the sea. Sooner or later, one of us is losing a leg.
Best keep hold of those legs, Gleason.
I know you paid a great deal for me to have both these legs, all me fingers, both me ears and me eye back.
Now best you keep hold of them.
Well, I try, Captain. I spent a lot of time on one leg. Quite comfortable with a crutch under me armpit, you know. But I will manage if the farmer here says I have to.
I would like it that no one loses any limbs under my watch.
Crassus, those that know the way, are they meeting us here? Do we have to go get them?
Well, they've told us that the island doesn't exist on no charts. Just that it was on the course for Kyushu.
Are we going with them or without them?
It'd be hard to find the island on the open sea, even with someone who's been there before.
Was the plan not to bring them with us?
They're more than welcome to join us if someone wants to go forth and fetch them. I'll concern myself with readying the ship. If you think we could benefit from their company, I'll leave acquiring their presence to ye.
I know they weren't fond of me, so I don't think it's best that I go.
I think we should. I'm gonna go get that trick there first.
Why should we join Father instead?
Get Patrick's done with see you.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up. We'll go to
You're gonna go come with me to get my
Yeah.
shit.
I'm gonna wait until she's got her stuff and hopefully puts it on.
I will put it on, yeah.
Okay. Otherwise it'll be a very awkward conversation. Best chicks. We are going on a journey, as you can see from the big boat. And we thought that you might like to join us.
What's your intentions?
There's a big fish creature god.
Okay.
And half lobster, half man.
There are people who are taking over the seas. They are half lobster, half people, fish of some form, who were formerly sailors or people of the seas. They seem to have all got a curse from a god called Varu.
Yes. So we plan to go out and find this Varu and kill him.
Is he causing a lot of trouble then?
Well, 3 attacks just last night apparently. Is there rumours to believe?
I'm lawfully good, so I will become a good
Not
leader.
just the attacks on the people, it's we believe he's responsible for stopping ships coming in and out of port at one point.
Okay.
Through various means that they conducted. So it's within our best interest to see this entity dealt with.
Well, I don't want any people getting hurt, and if people are getting hurt and their bodies defiled in such a way, then I think I'll come and help you.
It would be advantageous. You are a competent fighter, and you do best with Elroy here.
I've never fought at sea, so this will be a new experience for me.
It's interesting. Just be careful when you cross the planks.
I'm very agile.
Should we go and retrieve
I found them.
those individuals?
James and Agner.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'll just come to you guys and do that.
Right. We're gonna fast pace it into town. Go up to this house where we met them before. Hello.
Okay.
Basically, try and convince them.
They will go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Head back down. Fast.
I can do another half an hour.
Yeah.
But let's
Head back down to the Dead Man's Raft. Climb on board. Sail. Kill the creature. Come back. There we go.
You can just give us the XP now.
Done. See you later.
Yeah.
Over to tea.
Yeah, you get them on board. No problem.
So, if we're all on board the ship already, I'm gonna ring my fucking bell.
Ding-a-ling.
All hands on deck!
Part of me's upset you don't have a bell
Yeah,
with
you need a bell.
Do you not have a bell?
Well, there's one on the ship. I don't physically have one here.
Oh,
with me.
okay.
I feel like now the bar has been raised. You took quite a bell, so I can
Absolutely
sit
legal.
here dinging it.
You can get a bell out.
There's got to be an app
Oh,
for it, surely.
I'll just. My dad has a fire bell. I'll just borrow it.
I don't know, I
Make
feel
some
like
of
I
it.
should get one here.
That's what it is. But yeah, I'll call the crew to the deck and just speak to the crew and those aboard before we depart.
Right, now you've signed up to go to sea on the Dead Man's Raft under me. Now I trust you've all heard by now why you look after each individual as I expect you to look out for me, so we'll all be keeping an eye out for each other here. Everyone be working together towards a common goal. We'll be having this fighting and bickering we've been seeing over the past day or so. I've been needing you all to work together. Now, I'd be putting a lot of trust in all of you to get on, but if you have any problems at all, I'd be expecting you to either bring those problems to Pellis, Gleason, or myself. If you don't want to talk to one of us, speak it to the other. Do you all understand?
Aye, Captain, aye.
Now, we be going into near certain danger, but as you're all aware, this foul Baru and its minions be waylaying ships and befouling sailors and desecrating Eli's good sea. Are we gonna stand for that?
No, Captain.
No, we ain't gonna stand for that, are we? We're gonna be doing something about it. Now, you heard Mutina's speech the other day from Sardonyx, but we're going now forth into Eli's domain, so we all spare a moment to praise her.
And I'll say a prayer out loud to the crew to Eli.
O gracious Eli of nature's power, our brethren shield in danger's hour. From rock and tempest, fire and fro, protect us wheresoe'er we go. And ever let the raise to thee glad praise from both land and sea.
And I'll ding the bell once.
As he does his prayer, I will use prestidigitation to do a big symbol of a lie behind him as he does the prayer.
Can I get a persuasion roll from Crassus, please? With advantage, seeing as Crystal assists.
6 to 1. What is my persuasion skill? Oh, it's disappeared. Persuasion. It's an 8.
Alright.
Great start to the day.
Despite the fine speech and display of magic, the issues with Gleason and being pushed down the stairs and being forced to soil himself put something of a foul mood on the crew. Also, the ones recruited this morning didn't seem to be fully aware of the sailing to certain death the face of sea danger. So, while everybody assents to the general mission, the response is not as rousing as you would have hoped. Somewhat disappointing. But there's no negative result, so look at the bright side.
Nothing gained, nothing ventured. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, even.
That's it.
Oh well. I'll blame it on that.
When all fails,
godly shit behind
we can get them pissed and they'll be happy.
So with that, the crew get busy.
Is Palace in particular, or?
Not during daylight hours, I wait till the sun goes down, if you know what I mean. The crew get busy, sails are set, and the raft moves away from the harbour into the sea. Shall we get the model out?
Yes. I am going to sleep.
Okay.
While the house can sleep during the day. I'm going to be ready for the night shift.
Wait, Father Hal gets an 8-hour rest? You mean we're not going to get attacked in the first 8 hours of the journey?
Quite possibly not. Very good. There we go. Beautiful.
Yes.
Lovely. I've also provided this time, and I will do more. This is an interior of the captain's cabin.
Eee.
Would have made it easier if I did it last time.
Nice. I've got the ledger, the ink pen, and the pot to go with the desk now.
Wonderful. All right. With you setting off, I will just go and quickly make a drink, and then we will see what happens. I'll put the kettle on.
Got to believe in a 4 for 3.
Yeah, I'll put the.
That's okay.
I'll fill it right up.
I thought you were going to do sound. You want to fight someone? You'll fight me. Fight me all goddamn day.
Okay. So you're on the ship.
Yeah.
You're heading out. You wish to discuss? You can do so.
I think also, because we'll probably lose to Bellatrix on that one, as you all know how low my AC is, so I don't want to be getting a drubbing on my own ship on day one.
Morale right now.
I was thinking of morale which is why I'd already planned to try get some casks of ale or stuff on board.
I had no idea that was a mechanic.
I didn't know why this, but it's a cool thing to do, yeah.
Surprise.
Get them drunk. I can't believe telescopes are. Jesus.
Oh, yeah,
Gotta make
I
sense.
knew,
It makes sense, but I didn't think about it at the time. And as I was writing a shop list, I think, fuck yeah,
It's the lens,
telescope would
isn't it?
be
It's the lens inside.
telescope would be fantastic if we could get hold of them. But it
We
turns out we cannot.
We have to pillage a ship and hope there's one on side, you know.
That's good. Literally, is there any telescopes on this ship?
Forget the treasure chest, go for the telescopes.
Yeah, screw your
Didn't
magic
think about it.
legendary
Wow,
items
wow.
or whatever. Telescopes,
Yeah.
big bucks.
So I'm carrying some odd spells today, just to let you guys know.
I seriously contemplated daylight after
Oh
last
my
session, but
God.
I thought maybe not. I'm probably not going to be encountering too many vampires again.
Have you got any young crew?
Tony is quite young.
How old?
I don't know. He is the apprentice on board though, so he's not too old.
Well, if he's coming of age, I can cast ceremony on him.
I think
It gives him a D4 on ability checks for
You need
24 hours.
Don't you need like 100 gold's worth of silver powder or something?
Fucking hell.
I remember looking at it and I was like,
25 gold.
Was it 25 golds?
I don't think he.
I think he might be a bit
I
older
have to
than
switch
one.
that spell out.
So we're,
Yeah.
we're looking for
So
an island.
Pellis would
not
know
only
exactly how
charts,
old everyone is.
in
I
between
reckon.
here and Kyushu.
Kyushu are
Kaishu.
Kaishu. Hashu. Bless you.
Right, who wants to marry me for some extra AC?
You have to stay
have you got
within
the
30 foot of you, so it's just
Pellis
you.
will.
Who wants to stay within 30 foot of Percival?
It's just
Don't worry, don't all raise your hands at once.
So our father has to, by contract.
Yeah.
I was allowed to go off with Crassus today.
I do
So
want
I've
to
got-
for that.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
purify
We don't know that.
food and drink
That's a good one.
because I thought we're on the sea.
Water.
We're going to be out for a few days. I don't want to eat no
I've got shape
crappy
water
food,
as well.
despite
'cause
what I've got to eat.
shape water allows you to change the flow of water within a 5 foot space. So if we get a breach, oh look, all that water flowing in.
You
That's a
could.
good
Well, we used it before on the rowboat with the wyverns.
Yeah.
Just iced it, didn't we?
So that's handy.
Good. I've just got my normal stuff, but I obviously took water walk.
I do not have anything that handy. I think Elra will be
So
your best
count.
friend with that one.
Am I making you brew one down there?
Oh yeah, just put hot water in this because it's already got tea bag in it, and I just used it twice. Versus that.
Person. I saw them take on a Minotaur one-on-one, and they were brave indeed, and they won. Looked like shit afterwards, but he won. It would be certainly considered generous of you and speak to your character for you to return it.
It would be generous, wouldn't it?
Yes, to return something of mine that you've taken.
We shall see.
Leaning on the banister, looking at my miserable trail mix left of, you know, this morning's ration breakfast. I mean, you would know what it feels like, wouldn't you, to have something taken from you, though, right?
Down below.
Yes, I would.
Oh, so you've had stuff stolen then?
Oh.
I've had stuff taken and destroyed. Be grateful I haven't destroyed yours.
If that's the stance you wish to take on it, that's fine, but...
Just remember how I came to be in possession of this. You had killed people.
And you have not.
That's not up for debate, is it?
You said yourself you didn't care whether or not I killed people or not killed people.
Yes, I don't care, but the people around me do.
Like I say, if that's the stance and you wish not to give me back my item that you have stolen, then that's...
You're welcome to try and take it if you wish.
Then that's fine. But there may be situations where you need me and I might not be able to help you. Or might not be willing to help you.
Maybe situations exactly the same.
Just off my hands of trail mix overboard and go and find something else to do.
Alfred gets such a picture of these people.
I'm standing leaning against the rails, just watching.
Well, where are you having this disagreement?
I'm on the deck.
Just on my deck, okay.
Yeah. A few of the others say good about their business, but a lot of people are paying attention. It's a bit of entertainment.
No, I'll just walk off if he's refusing to give it. I'm not allowed to start fights. I've been told.
You didn't say it quite so begrudgingly, but there we are.
It sounds so unreasonable.
Yeah.
Why does he need that cane so much?
Well, evidently he has some sort of attachment to it, which I fully understand. From what I know, it amplifies certain abilities he possesses. It's of no use to me. It's very nice, but it's no use to me directly. But we took possession of it, myself and Farmer Hal, after he was discovered to murder people. As he quite rightly said, I do not care, but the father was rather particular about the situation.
So you're just waiting for the nod from the father?
Essentially, yes.
I see.
And being it is a item of arcane nature, it's best in my possession for the time being. I'm really looking after it.
Whale noises.
I would have gone off to find Father Hal.
I'm asleep in my hammock.
Not anymore.
Pellis is standing over you creepily again.
I will.
Palace is not there.
I will wake you gently, not nicely, not nastily.
Not nicely.
not
spin the hammock.
Nastily. I will wake you nicely.
Well, the father is in a hammock, looking for all intents and purposes like a moth trying to get out of a chrysalis.
Is this overfilled, the hammock?
Yeah. He looks like some form of Mexican food.
A burrito.
Sounds cozy.
Father, I would like to speak about something. It's not nighttime. We're still daytime.
It's early afternoon.
It's like 20 minutes ago.
Like we've only just left. I would like to talk about my staff that you have put in possession of Silith, and
Right.
I would like to say that I am trying to show that I have turned a corner. I am trying to resist the curse. I am trying to do the right thing. I have even helped try fund the voyage as best I can with what I have. I'm coming with you, but if things get dangerous and I do not have that to defend myself or others with, then there may be a fight and I will be standing there with my dick in hand doing absolutely nothing.
Well, I wouldn't say absolutely nothing. That can be beneficial at times. But I get the point. I will go and have a word with Sith about the staff. I think, yes, you make a good point. It's very important.
And how can I show that I am good and that I am trying to follow the path of Imogen if I'm not allowed to be given the chance?
Well, you are being given the chance.
If I'm not allowed,
and not in the
yes,
brig.
but my point is that if I can't be given more chances to prove that I'm not going to go nuclear and kill everyone on the ship, if I'm not given that.
All right, calm down, calm down. Just this is going to take time, Percival. It's only been a few days, and I think we'll all feel a lot more comfortable knowing that Veru is dealt with.
I understand.
But I understand the issue with your staff, so I will go and speak to Sir. But on the topic of you,
I don't feel comfortable with having to take. I feel comfortable with taking direction from yourself, but then when I'm having to be ushered by Nazak and then having to be censored by Silith as well with what I can have and do, it certainly doesn't feel comfortable. Well, I shall leave you to your nap, Father.
well,
It's early afternoon still, so you've got a long way to go before.
The main nap tonight.
Would you like me to come wake you for the evening meal?
I'm going to do the night watch.
Okay.
I think so. I will probably just have some rations when I wake.
I will get Pellis to leave you something when they do the evening meal, so that you have something warm at least.
That would be nice. I will. I'll speak to Silith now, though.
In your own time, as you said, it takes time.
All right.
I'll go off and just ask Pellis to leave Father Hal something inside because he'll be doing that much.
I do have a little something for Father Hal.
You can just leave it to one side because Father Hal will be doing the night watch, and you know what the sailors can get like. They might gobble it all up before he gets a chance to have a look in.
Really? Well, you can. It's my responsibility to keep a close eye on everybody on board and make sure everybody is well satiated. So leave it with me. Leave Father Howell in my hands.
I will go offer help in being a sailor and proficient on the thing. I will go offer and actually help sail.
Which leads me to my question. So while you're sailing, have you got anybody assigned to specific tasks? Obviously, you have Gleason at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, I've got Gleason as me bosun, Pellis as the quartermaster. Other than that, I not delved too deeply into who does what.
So the things I'm mainly concerned with, for the purpose of this, so activity you can do, so mapping, foraging, so fishing essentially, raising morale, navigation to ensure you don't get lost, being on watch, noticing threats and so on, and then there's other things, but we won't go too deeply into those.
Gleason's on the wheel, I'm handling navigation, broadly operating in a 2-watch system, so some are resting during the day and some are resting at night, so that we've got like a day and a night crew.
Okay.
Depending on how many we need, I guess. I can't remember without checking, but one of them is a fisherman, I believe I would be saying. So Johnny, the fisherman, can be set to a little bit of the old foraging.
And possibly teaching 3 new fishermen.
And I'm going to assign Tony to Shadow Gleason, What the hell?
Absolutely no problem, actually. If I can learn to be as much like Gleeson as possible, obviously with all the limbs intact and slightly less aggressive, but he seems to know quite a bit about sailing.
Well, I'll be sending you around with each individual, so you get to see every aspect of the ship. But we'll start you nice and easy here at the helm.
Okay, no problem. So I'll just stand here and I'll watch what Gleeson does. And then...
Alright, Gleeson, tell him a bit about what you're doing and how it all works. Give him the overview as it's his first day.
This wheel turns the ship.
Fuck me. What's his charisma?
Right, okay. The wheel turns the ship. That's right. And what else? There's got to be more to it than that. I mean, because otherwise anyone could do your job.
Give him the generals of navigation, Gleeson.
Gleeson starts going into more detail.
Sorry to interject here as well. Can I, as I'm helping participate with stuff at the moment, can I start sea shanty? See if the others join in.
By all means.
Will they, Sam? Will they join in?
Will they?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to say, can you please roll? But
you don't want to actually do it.
Do you mean
no,
do you mean
I
you're not
personally
gonna
can't. Unless you would like to hear a couple of cats get beheaded against, a wall repeatedly. Then...
I humiliate myself all night long.
And I personally don't actually know any. But again, being
off the top of my head, the only sea shanty I know is about steamships, not sail ships. So unfortunately, it's not quite on the cards.
With Percy at home, the drunken sailor is about the first three words.
Sure,
every day.
that one's been doing the rounds at the moment.
I did the bike when my mother told me that one.
Yeah, the amount of times I've heard that, because he loves it. He absolutely loves it.
Okay.
But yeah, so just to see if I can...
performance check. I'm trying to raise a bit morale here.
Fisherman's friends.
10.
10.
There's a reason he wasn't a singer.
Yeah. Okay, so you do a solo.
No one joins in.
No one joins.
You haven't got good sailors.
Unfortunately. So I would like a survival check from you, Chris.
Survival check.
Yes, and you are navigating it not.
Fine. Sorry, I've just got to figure out how much I add for the navigation tools. Because it's navigation tools and I'm proficient in water vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like double your proficiency modifier on me?
That's what I'd say, yeah.
So yeah.
You get your
Just add
proficiency for your
again,
water, you get your proficiency for your navigation, so add double your proficiency to it. Cool. And if you're proficient in it already, bonus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Survival.
Which you probably are.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
That's twice that one's done that one.
But it's
Put
a
the
skill
cookie
check,
down.
so it's not an auto one. So that's...
You got a lot of pluses.
It's 11.
11. Okay, that's
Jeez.
Oh boy.
Put the cookie down.
Yeah,
So-
the ducky's going away.
Looking at the chart, then, and heading towards Goshu, you plot the route, direct Gleeson, and the ship travels on for several hours without event. The sun starts moving towards the horizon, and it is a relatively calm day, enough wind to move along at a reasonable pace. Until the god-awful wrench which forces the ship to turn hard to port and the sail to the mast to dip down like this. Effectively the ship is stops and goes like that, tilting over violently. Tony, hold me this, hold me! And,
Ring the bell. All hands!
Oh my god, I fall out of my
You
head.
need an actual bell, don't you? You need.
I need
this
I
is
need
like
that.
6 hours later.
Okay.
And you're currently spun round.
Yeah, I'm trapped.
I'm gonna try and run over to the other side of the ship and cast light, so we can see what's going on.
It's the captain's corner. The captain's corner. It's fell off and it's pulling us over.
Oh no! Imagine I'm kind of staggering up Someone tie the rope around me.
Are all lanterns on the ship lit, or are we down to...
It's still daylight at the moment.
Still daylight.
It's still daylight at the moment. So it's not terrible.
Still, we need more light.
Shit.
Light.
We need that.
Oh, that's
shout-
our provisions on
I'll
the way.
shout to
Oh my
Pellis
God.
wherever he is to do a damage report round and
I'm
see.
on, Captain. Don't you worry.
Imagine you're on Starship Enterprise. Damage report, please.
Gleason's definitely my Colonel Ty if this is Battlestar.
Where's your second?
Alcoholic.
Where are your second ballista?
Both at the front, one off each bow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got my chasers sorted.
All right. The ship stops where it is. The wind's still pulling at the sails, forcing the rear end to start sliding round. This point here seems to be stuck in place.
I'll
Orders, Captain. What are we doing here?
Drop sail, man the baluster. All hands on deck.
Everyone starts moving to action. What about you guys? What are you guys going to do?
I'm going to climb out there.
Can we see
Reading.
if I'll start heading up to the front of the ship? It's the front of the ship.
Yeah, like look over the edge and try and see what's if it caught on anything or what's below us. Or
So as you get up to the front and you look over, you can see there are a number of crates, bits of wood, and other debris floating in the water ahead of you for some distance. There's a single dinghy there, which has
free real estate.
which has a box on it on the back, but doesn't appear to have anybody in it. Looking over the edge, I'm going to take a perception check for anybody looking right down at the water level.
Yeah.
you
8.
rolled
Above.
Above shit.
I see shit. That's a 2.
9.
8.
23.
Alright. You can see, sticking just out of the water, what looks to be a spire of stone of some sort, which has caught the front of the ship.
We've hit ground! Big fucking rocks! I will thaumaturgy that as well, so yeah, you can definitely hear.
Yeah.
Everybody's running around in a panic.
Can you get us
Can
over to
I
that?
run below deck to see if there's been any damage to the hull? Down
Yeah,
there.
okay, so you immediately go down and
definitely
make your way
something in
towards
it.
the fore.
Can I grab a couple of sailors so that we can
Maybe
get
we
the
should
sails
wait for
in?
the father
Because if
to,
we're just going to be ramming, we'll be
Or
tearing.
just
Already
Yeah,
sorted,
then
yeah,
that's
they're
it,
already
sorry.
put sails,
So,
so
yeah,
it's sorted straight
tearing a
away.
hole in the
I'm
ship.
on the lower deck.
Mhm.
Is there any water coming?
Okay, so you sit down your hammock, first of all, make me a check.
Five.
Okay, so you
face
go
first
to
into
get
the
out of the hammock, but it wraps around you completely. You roll. Your arm, suddenly your head sticking out with the hammock.
on my way down, can I sort of like pull the hammock so it straightens
Yeah.
back up again?
So Alfred, you get out of the lower deck and you see
Oh, Alfred, help!
For fuck's sake, Father, how?
the father is dispensed out of the hammock like a foal fresh out of.
Oh my god. This reminds me of the time when I was stuck in the rigging upside down by one leg.
Not now, Father Hal, come
appearance of the undersurface area, stretching out in a good distance in every direction before its sight is taken from you. You look at this column as it goes down, seeing it widen. There are markings on it. What language do you speak?
Common and primordial.
Certainly a language is etched down this stone a bit deeper down, which is about 5 feet down, but not a language you understand.
I would relay, again, get my head up from the water, relay that there's some weird ass language on the stuff, but it's nothing I know. Do I know roughly what type of language it might look like?
You don't. You don't see it before.
Okay. No, because that's not going to work. If anyone else wants to chime in, sorry.
While Percival is swimming with the fishes, I'll try and guide us in the rowboat over amongst some of the remaining debris and fish out, because we've got a relatively empty rowboat, try and like fish in anything that seems to be of various use or interest.
So, say Crassus, could we head over towards the little rowboat? Because I believe. Did you say we could see there was a? Do we know there's a chest in the back of that boat?
Yeah, you could see it when you're in the higher position. You could see there was a chest at the back.
Yeah, cool. So on the way round, if we could.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
So you take the boat over, picking up a couple of crates as you go. Bring it over to the smaller dinghy. This looks big enough for a single person, really. But sure enough, as you get close, and it's bobbing in the water, there is what looks like a chest on the back of it.
Excuse me.
You get close enough to look in, nobody else in it, just a chest.
Guess we cross deck it.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll sort of precariously, you know, when you put your first foot in a boat and it's all wobbly.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
and it's all. And then I'll attempt to make my way over to the little dinghy to retrieve the. How big's this chest? Sorry. Oh yeah, so it needs 2 hands, probably.
But you step over, more importantly, make a dexterity saving throw.
I was just about to ask, do you want me to do this as sort of swimming?
No, I do not. I don't know what the
you
DC is, but quite frankly.
That one, just a normal dex check.
19.
Okay, you step over exactly as you described, and as I said last time, 2 independent items in the water do not stay at the same level, and when they're pushed close together, they just force each other into an unfortunate mismatch. However, you've been on boats for a little bit now, so you managed to step in right and quickly get your second leg over to balance in the small dinghy, dropping down to your knees in front of the chest. Right as Kras is saying, do you want me to? Oh, it's already gone.
Oh, never mind. Can I? Does it look like I'll be able to jimmy the crate open with a knife?
It's a full chest with a lock on it.
Oh.
Best you just lift it up and pass it over. We'll examine it on the ship rather than rocking around here. I'm aware that so far there's a lot of lubbers out on this water, and we've already had one accident today. Let's keep it at that.
Am I able to lift it and hand it over to Kratos?
You reach down to pick up the chest. It's got a small handle on either side, wooden for the most part, metal banding on handles on either end. You reach around, put a hand under each one.
Cool. Test the weight.
It's quite heavy.
But just able to maybe. Okay, here we go, Crassus. It's pretty heavy.
You take it, and it is right. It's quite heavy. Down onto this boat.
And I'll make my way back over to...
I'll assist you over.
Yeah.
Like, I'll put out an arm.
Alright.
So try and not go for swims. And row back over.
Yeah.
I guess, if we've grabbed a few crates from that box, we'll row back over to the ship and hoist it back up on the davits.
Of it.
I'll be prying open 2 things that we've already brought on board.
So the crate you open is filled with grain spoiled by water having gone into it. The barrel, however, is tightly sealed and contains a dark liquid, which has the unmistakable smell of alcohol.
Oh yes.
I'll reseal the barrel. May as well throw the crate over, but might be party time with the barrel.
Yeah, my singing didn't do much, did it? I'll be after that. Whilst they were doing that, I would climb back up on ship, dripping.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then we'll make our way back over to the side of the ship and
Pull it up.
yeah.
Bringing your boat on while you haul the crates up. Two crates in a chest you get, and you bring them up on everybody back on board the ship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any of you good with locks?
Is it like the chest got like just a lock on it, or
Is an actual padlock.
I do,
on the front of it through the hatch.
I do have, I assume, is a lockpick included in the thieves' tools?
has anyone
Yeah.
got a crowbar on, or just literally?
I haven't got a crowbar, but I have got a lockpick. But I wouldn't really know how to use this
I can.
particular
If you give me a
instrument.
crowbar, I can try and prise it open.
I have this lockpick, don't know how to use it.
I could pry it open if you give me a crowbar
I haven't got
and
one.
break
I'm afraid.
the lock off.
Crowbar and general things I might have on the ship and. Didn't know.
Is the lock very rusted at all, or has it been there a while? Or?
It's
I use
somewhat
my
pitted
sword.
metal, but it's not rusted.
Okay.
Can I use my sword to like?
You use your sword, okay? Yeah,
boy.
you're gonna try and bash off with a sword.
Yeah. So just an attack roll, yeah.
Yeah, give me an attack roll.
Okay. That is probably not going to do it. That was a 12.
Okay. You are you using the pommel of the sword or using the blade of the sword?
I'm using the handle. I
So
can
you
bash
slam down on it with the pommel onto the hasp. The lock clicks to the side. It does not budge.
it. Okay. Well, I tried.
Any of you wizardy folk with anything like
Wizardy.
able to manipulate some metal or some such thing?
I'm afraid not.
Well, for now we can keep her in the hold and investigate her once we're back on land.
Has anyone got a sword?
One thing we didn't buy at the sailing shop.
Aren't you pirates? Aren't you meant to have all these...
There be no pirates here. I be honest sailor, and so be me crew.
Can I grab my shield and
You use your shield.
use the? So I imagine I've got a kite shield. I'm just gonna.
Kite shield, you use the base of that, yeah? So it's an attack roll. Make an attack roll. Yeah. Just slam it into the top of the wood.
Don't never like chests
Does it sound like
anyway.
anything bright?
I've got an idea,
Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea.
and I'll go over to the lock, hold the lock flat, keyhole upwards. I'll fill it with water, and then I'm going to cast shape water to freeze it into ice.
Ooh, everyone, yeah, okay. So hold it up, you put water inside and cast shape water.
Yeah.
So, there's a form into ice. Alright.
So you're going to make
So
tooth key?
Expands and it pushes
It
the
should
shields up.
shatter the
Yeah.
lock if
Oh,
I'm
okay.
lucky.
Okay. Make a roll a d20 for me.
Roll d20. Not the duck dice. It's a 15.
Okay, so as the water goes in there and you focus your power, you see it get covered in white ice forms over the top of it as the water solidifies inside as a front plate of the lock pops off and the hasp comes loose.
Well,
And this is why he's captain.
You open the lid of the chest, fill the gold.
well,
In front of the whole crew.
we'll count it up, and everyone gets a share, even the crew, especially the crew.
1,332 gold.
1,332.
That's about 2 gold each. We've had 21 members of group.
How many in the crew?
20.
20
Plus 7.
plus 7, so 20.
Thank
you, Alan.
49 gold each, and there's going to be a couple left over.
Still pretty good.
I'll keep the couple left over for the ship fund, but it's only fair. You guys are all getting free lift. So
You can keep my share, Percival. Not Percival. Crassus.
Sounds like a like to me.
Be assured, Silith.
I am.
So
Thank you, it's very kind.
the extra is an extra 9 gold. So you'd get 49, that's what? 98, 107 gold.
well, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll distribute.
It'd be your lucky day, lads. Look what we be finding.
All the crew get 49 gold.
Yeah, equal shares.
Yeah, they'll love that.
You look after me on the ship, and I look after you.
Oh my god, morale.
The morale is going to be through the roof.
It's either either
Everybody's overjoyed for that. So
The issue of wages is now solved for another month.
I think that's the rest of the year's wages for them.
everybody dig in, lads. But I'm not telling you right now. This is actually coming out your pay.
This is essentially an advance.
So how do we move the ship again?
It doesn't look like the ship's now stuck on it. We're just sort of parked up against it.
Did you say there was writing?
Yeah, I couldn't understand the writing though.
What do they look like?
Can you draw the symbols?
I could give it a go. Have you got pen and paper on you?
Didn't you buy loads at the shop, the quills and...
Might be slightly wet.
I've got some chalk. Do you mind just...
I have parchment and a quill.
Yeah, I did chalk will do. I'll do it on the deck, but I don't think Crassus will enjoy that.
It's water
You can do it on the
soluble.
deck. Don't you worry. Someone will be scrubbing that up later.
Typical.
I tell you what, actually, can I do prestidigitation to make the symbols of what I've saw? Because they wouldn't be words to me, would they? But symbols onto the deck.
See how well do you do these?
7.
You make symbols on the deck.
That's what I saw.
What language do you speak?
Elvish? Halfling? Dwarvish?
No.
Common, Elvish, Primordial, Abyssal.
Okay, there you go.
Add Celestial into the mix.
Just looking for my languages.
I
Where
just
do they
think
get?
common and giant.
You've seen this in the book.
Okay.
The symbol he has written is it's a letter, part of a word. It's nothing that you can interpret, but you know it's abyssal.
Oh, I recognise it as well.
Have you got this?
Yeah, I didn't want to
Sorry,
fight
when I thought you said
yeah, no, sorry, it's Abyssal, Celestial, Common and Elvish.
I suppose I'll just give that look to it.
I'll look over it. Do I see Silith giving a look? Let's see. Probably not.
And you saw this where exactly?
On the pillar, like I said.
What was beyond the pillar?
I'll go down there and swim and have a look.
Ship ahoy! From the nest.
What do my half-elf eyes see?
Can we move the ship over to the table for a second, please?
But this ship? Our ship?
Yep. Careful now. Careful now.
Oh, careful now, careful now.
I might cry if you drop it.
Alright. So if we zoom out a little bit and treat this.
We're all sold out now.
That's us.
That's you.
Oh,
Yay!
wow.
In Abyssal, I will
I'd like to see the
utter a
comparison
few words
now.
just to see if you understand me, rather than like going just like. Just
Make a perception check.
I would like to look as well.
Is
I'm
there a
going to
look
go round and look.
So you'll see me look over.
I'm sorry, you're looking at the language stuff now, aren't you?
I'll nod.
25.
Depending on what you said, I'll either nod or just...
It'd just be
Would you?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
Phrases.
talking to them about the language stuff.
Oh, no, that's just, you look for the ship, didn't you?
Oh, sorry,
You
yeah.
see the ship.
Yeah.
I didn't look at what I rolled. I just picked it up thinking I got the wrong thing. So 13 plus. So shield a. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, both of you see it as the guy on the mast is pointing out, and you look through it some distance away, but it is a significantly larger vessel heading in your direction.
Fuck.
Like that much larger.
Oh, like twice the size then.
From behind us.
From behind you.
What kind of flags can we see on it?
The flags are plain. White sail.
White sail, no identifying
No
features from
identifying
here.
features.
Which normally means that's pirate, and they'll identify at the last moment.
All hands, make sail!
Ding, 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 ding.
Alright.
I'm definitely going to have to get a bell now. It's going to happen, and you're all going to hate me for it.
Yeah.
So,
we'll have to stop bringing earplugs.
it's some distance behind you.
Yeah.
As it stands at the moment, you are here. As it says on your sheet there, you can take 3 moves.
I'll use control the helm and move 3 times.
Alright.
I'll readjust our course back to the direction we should have been going before we returned.
Okay.
I've got the milk.
Not enough monsters.
Hey. Blue ship and the red ship. Have
So are you going just straight? If it's approaching from this angle, what's some distance off? Are you just going straight forward?
What direction is the wind coming from?
The wind at the moment is going in that direction.
Wind's going that direction.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So the wind is currently heading in a. It's blowing from the east.
I'm going to correct course slightly towards wind. We should be able to get closer than them to the wind as we're a small vessel. So we'll
So you
correct.
can go up to a 45-degree turn.
So if the wind's coming from the just throwing the chairs everywhere. Where's east on the compass?
So it's east in this direction. I need a better compass. That way's west. That way's east.
We'll go slightly further this way to about there. It's not much at all, but just want to get closer to east.
All right.
So that's an action, right? 1 of 3.
Yes, but his move, he can turn up to 45 degrees and then move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like
And he's at the moment he's blowing from the east to the west. You're going into the wind as it stands.
Sails are flapping, or as it? Okay, so I wanted to turn up to, but not into. If you know what I mean. So we're as close to the wind as we can get.
All right.
And continue to sail up as close to the wind as we can.
3 actions to move then.
3 actions to move. Yeah, I've got the full crew of 20, so it's 45 feet. Sorry.
Now I've put in little brackets there.
Yeah. 60, so 4 squares.
4 squares. So, okay, that's fine.
Are there oars like below deck to help?
This
No?
is a bit of a big ship for that.
Well,
we're not Davy Jones in this shit and putting them out the cannon ports.
I don't know. I think it'd be quite nice if we did. All those men rhythmically pumping at the oars.
Alright, so.
Trireme for that.
So you can do 3 things in a turn, or thereabouts. You can move, steer the ship up to 45-degree angle. At the moment, we're sailing slightly against the wind, but we're a smaller vessel, so the plan is Krasus's plan.
My plan is
as the smaller vessel, we should be able to get closer into wind than they can. So if we start going this way, we should be able to maintain the weather gauge on them. But we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to run up to Crassus and cast guidance on him.
Roughly how far away feet-wise would we say the ship is at the moment?
So, at the moment, it is.
That's got a cannon.
This has got cats.
Cannons.
Oh.
It's just going to throw cats aboard.
It's got a lot of
600 feet away
cannons.
from you.
600. Okay. Well, that's too far for that one then.
So you start moving away and do gain on it, and so break some distance. And as you're doing that, you can see clouds start to form above the back of this larger ship.
Oh, for
It's
fuck's
not!
sake. Has it got... Someone look out. Has it got... Keep an eye on that ship. I want someone watching it at all times.
I'll watch it.
Keep an eye out for any crucified people on the hull.
I will keep an eye
That
out for
is
what
quite distinctive.
what I've been told to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
But is it the ship that we ran from before?
It might be the eruption. And I'd rather not tangle with that mangonel.
I have seen that ship before. Can I discern any features? I know it's quite far away.
It moves aggressively, even with the position of the wind. It moves fast in the water as soon as this falls behind it. And looking on it, yes, there are. It's the eruption.
It's the eruption.
Damn.
It moves fast on you to the point that even as you're moving at full pace, it slowly starts to get up to about this distance behind.
I'll shout out to these. Now what we know about the eruption all is, well, the captain, in theory, has the power to control the elements. They'll be using, well, most likely arcane means to fuel the sails.
No, it's not.
We may not be able to outrun this one.
Yeah, I don't.
It
I
certainly
don't need to
has a good supply of ballast and at least the one catapult on board, so keep your wits about you.
Do you believe the ship to be enchanted, or is it the captain?
It's certainly the power of the captain from the rumour I hear.
Oh.
So if I could offer to burn the ship down if it gets close? Like we do with that other vessel.
Go for the sails.
I could launch a ball of fire at it from a good distance.
Aye, certainly. If you can burn the sails, that'd be great. Wrath am I to condemn a crew acting under a captain's word to death, but, well, if anything catches, it's them or us at this rate.
I understand.
Alright.
Do I lose them in the fog or do I lose them in the rocks? Rocks is into wind, fog it is, I suppose. I will, next set of movements, I'm going to angle us towards the fog bank.
The fog. Okie dokie. Alright.
I'm staying by Crassus, and every minute or
it's
so
just a
I'm going
small
to continue to
sort
put the
of
blessings of
angle.
Imogen on him to guide us.
I'm staying there as well to try and gauge the distance that they are from us.
Alright.
If only the gust spell at level 2 was a little bit more substantial than just like a 30-second blast of wind. Otherwise I'd chuff it all out.
You know how you can create a puff of wind with prestidigitation?
Yeah.
If we teach everyone how to prestidigitate
At the same time.
Alright. I'd like an initiative roll.
An initiative
From
roll.
you.
I was going to say, is it from me? Because I hope it's from me, because the stats of the ship have zeros. It's an 8.
It's an 8. Okay. The eruption's going to go first. So as you start moving through, some of you at the back, you're preparing to burn it.
Well, if I'm not holding any spells yet, I'm kind of gauging distance is what I'm...
The eruption is moving through the water, so you can see it cutting down, and as it's rising with the water and then dropping down, it's cutting into the water, spraying up aggressively. As it comes up, there's a and a hail of arrows coming your direction. So
They're not lit, are they? They're just arrows.
It's a bit of a faux pas to throw fire at someone at sea.
No, it's not. Perfectly legit.
I mean, apparently they have crucified people on their ship, so I don't think they give a crap.
No, they don't really. It's one of Avran's.
AC 15, right?
AC 15.
Yeah. So a bolt slams into the water nearby, and then 3 others into the back of the ship.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
The bloody doors off.
Okay, so it is.
There's a note next to hit points saying damage
Yes,
threshold 15.
if I do less than 15, you get to ignore it.
Okay.
So the first one is 12 points of damage, so you ignore it. The next one is 16 points of damage.
So is that the full 16 or just the one pass?
You take the full 16.
The full 16, okay.
And this one is 20 points.
20, 36.
Alright, so the first bolt hits the water, the second one glances off the side, and then one of the bolts slamming full through into the captain's cabin.
Good job. Jesus. It's my bedroom.
Looking down the back, is there any damage sea level or below? Pardon me, sorry.
You're going to go down and look, are you?
No, I'm just going to sort of, because I'm at the...
It's all above the waterline.
It's all above. I'm just going to peer over quickly. All above waterline. It's just
how far away is it?
I want to know squares.
It's just cosmetic, Crassus. Keep going.
Okay, so on this, a square is about 50 foot, so...
Not yet, not yet.
How far is it?
So what's that?
It's about
It's
200 foot.
5, 10, 15, 20, 250 foot.
Can I start firing?
Those, yeah.
Crossbow bolts. Yeah, I've got it's got 100 feet / 400 feet. I've only ever fired within 100 feet.
Disadvantage.
That's
So it's-
insanely good then.
I'll have a go.
Yeah,
use the
go for it.
silver
Longbow
ones.
is 150, 600.
Well, that's a 1 and a what? 1.
It was meant to be.
Okay, the two bolts release and...
Alright, pick them up
Ship's
again.
over there.
Okay, anything else from anyone before Crassus will do his move and pilot the ship?
I'll say to Crassus, if they get any closer, I can do something, but it's your call.
I'll not be slowing down, but if they draw closer, target their sails.
Understood?
Okay, anyone else? So it's Crassus' move?
Yeah, this one, yeah.
I'm going to shout at if there's anyone standing about. I presume there's none of the crew going to really be standing about.
No, everybody's full at work to make sure the ships can move as fast as you need it.
We'll just go. We'll worry about the rest later. So we're
150 foot spell.
1, 2.
So I think it's on this, it's 3 squares we need.
4.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. What you
I'm
do?
back.
That is my 3 actions. 3 actions means I get to move 3 times, right?
If you want to.
If I want to. I do want to.
Oh, now we can't see.
We're in.
Go.
So we go from seeing
Any spare hands? Watch the sides. Everyone keep quiet now. Douse the lamps.
Crassus, who have we been set upon by?
I'd have to dredge back through lots and lots of notes to remember who the guy is, but I've got the name of a captain. I feel like it was an Arasmere, but...
Wasn't the last time we saw that ship Ravaran was on as well?
Arasmere, yeah.
Oh, is it? Did I get it right?
Arasmere.
Yeah, Ravaran we haven't seen on that ship, but we know it's part of Ravaran's occupation of the Southern Docks.
Ravaran was
I'm
right
going to cast one final guidance on Crassus, and I will run to the very front tip of the boat and look over the edge, looking down, because I've got good perception.
All right, give me the big ship back again.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
How's the visibility on the actual ship itself? Is that kind of hazy as well?
Oh, sorry.
The visibility on the ship itself?
Yes. You can see the full deck of the ship, but not
beyond.
Yeah.
I totally forgot to ask you about the 2 other crates that we picked up as well. They're just kicking about on deck somewhere. I was thinking about it, seeing the boxes that are still sat out there.
Can someone pop me on?
I can open
the
them
tip of the
while
boat?
everything's going on.
Wow, we want to keep quiet, so best leave it till after.
On the very...
Yeah. I'm a king of the
All
world.
right. Give me the dinghy. Small dinghy. There's a clunk from the front of the ship. A dinghy bangs into the front, and looking at it, it's sliding down the side of the ship.
Nothing in it.
Nothing in it.
There's debris in the water. That's not my voice. There's debris in the water.
Oh, my mini's not on there.
Oh, you're still on the boat.
Oh yeah, so am I. Just plonk me down in the middle of the deck somewhere.
Nice.